Hello, everyone. My name is Marconi Reis. I'm professor at Centro Universitário de Belo Horizonte. I'm very glad to be here with you in this day, starting the last day of our Congress. It's the first edition of many that will happen in the next years. And I would like to thank you, to thank all the organizers, the doctors and the students, mainly Luisa Teixeira, who is the head of our Congress, and UniBH for making it true. I will start this day presenting the medical student who will help us today, that is Angie. Angie is a medical student of the 5th year of medicine in Peru, and she will join us this day. And I would like to thank Angie for being here with us. And it's a pleasure to be here starting this day, starting this Congress. It was a dream for us. We, we wanted to do something that could bring a discussion of global problems and how to solve them with discussions with experts. So I'm very happy to be here and to declare that we are starting the last day of our Congress. Angie, the word is with you. Thank you so much. Muchas gracias. Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much, Dr. Marconi. Okay, now we will start with our first speaker. She's Dr. Livia Miraglia. She's adjunct professor at UFMG Law School, postdoctoral student in law at UNB, PhD and master in labor law, coordinator of the State Labor and Human Trafficking Clinic at UFMG, and lawyer. And her topic is Labor, Migration, and Slavery, an analysis of social vulnerabilities. Dr. Livia.
Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I would like to thank the whole organization, but especially Professor Marconi, who was the one that invited me to take place in this global event. I'm really honored to speak to you tonight or today, and I'm glad to be here. And hopefully I can contribute with something in your event. I'm gonna share my presentation with you. So just, okay. I just did some tests, but let me see, oh, here. Okay. Okay, can you see the presentation? And can you still hear me? Because I cannot see you anymore.
Yes, we can.
It's working.
Okay, thank you. So my topic is going to be about labor, migration, and slavery, an analysis of social vulnerabilities. And first, I just want to clarify to you where I came from. I'm a professor of labor law, and I'm also coordinating of our human trafficking and slave labor clinic at UFMG. So we work very closely with human trafficking and slave labor problems. So because of the theme of your Congress, I thought I would address to you about labor, migration, and slavery, because it's something we are really studying about. At the end, I would like to say to you a little bit about the pandemic and the context we are in, because this has direct reflection on the migration law, migration policies, and I believe migration and its vulnerabilities, and also the laws involving migration. It's a global problem, and we have to discuss about it because nowadays the world is our home. So we have to take care of it, and especially we have to take care of the people that live in. So the first thing I would like to say is that migration is it's part of the human history. We see that it's almost something natural for humans to migrate. In the early days of humanity, women and men would migrate looking for food, looking for a place to stay. So this is something that has to do with the history, with our history. Nowadays, sorry. International migration is made up of people who cross the borders of a country to live permanently or temporarily in another country that it's not your original or native country. The movement in search of a better life prospects, it's part of a human nature. It has been a reality since a long time ago. Although the characteristics and the number of migrants vary according to the time and circumstances. And it has been a striking and characteristic feature of the modern globalized world, given the expansion of possibilities and the ease of movement of people between the different countries of the globe. I brought two pictures just to illustrate what I'm saying. They are really characteristic of the moment we are living in, and that illustrate the international migration. To the left, this is a fragment train from Mexico to USA. It's called La Bestia, and even though it's a freighter train, it takes a lot of Mexicans that are trying a better life in the US. And down below, there is a picture of refugees going to the Italian coast. We know that mostly they come from Egypt, Lebanon, and Africa, and they are seeking a better life in Europe. The Global Migration Report of 2020, and I just want to add that this Global Migration Report, even though it was published in 2020, it refers to 2019. And so it estimates there is about 272 million international migrants. According to this report, 2/3 of these people are considered labor migrants. What does it mean? It means that I don't think you can see here, but 75% of the 272 million people leave the countries seeking for a better life, but they are seeking for jobs, for labor, and so they are called labor migrants. This report analyzed data related to conflicts, economic crisis, climatic events, and others. And this estimated number of 272 million people have exceeded the projections they made for 2050. So this means that in 2019, we were already in a number that the IMO, that the International Organization for Migration of the United Nations, estimated for the year 2050. And 6 out of 10 migrants are women and children. And this is, and mostly they come from this mostly they come from the countries of South Global or developing countries. The figures reflect, and you can see here on my graphic, a jump from 2000 to 2010, when the global number was at 221 million. Currently, international migrants made up 3.5% of the global population. Compared to the year 2000, the percentage was 2.8 of the global population. These estimates are based on official national statistics of foreign population gathered from census. These numbers reflect any person who is moving or has moved across an international border, regardless of citizenship status or motive, meaning the data encompass people who have moved either intentionally or involuntarily. So the number refers to the total of migrants in the world. It doesn't specify if they are voluntary or involuntary. So this is the global number, okay? Europe, okay, so let's see, where do they go to? Where do these immigrants, these international migrants go to? In Europe, as you can see, hosts the largest number of international migrants at 82 million, followed by North America at 59 million. It's important to say that in North America, the United States has been the main destination country for international migrants since 1970. As you can see in our chart, in 2019, almost 51 million of people migrated to the US. So the US is the main country that international migrants want to go to. The second destination for migrants is Germany, and it has also seen an incredible increase over the years, from 8.9 million in 2000 to 13.1 million in 2019. And we have to remember that Germany is way smaller than the US. So this is a huge number for Germany. The top 5 destination countries for international migrants also include Saudi Arabia, Russia, and the United Kingdom. Okay, so this, where do they come from? Where do the immigrants come from? More than 40,000% of all international migrants worldwide in 2019 were born in Asia, with India. Okay. Did it stop? Oh my God. Can you still see the presentation? No?
Now it's okay.
Okay, sorry about that. I told Marconi that my computer is trying to going on a strike because he's working so much in this pandemic here. He's going on a strike. Well, where do migrants come from? They come, more than 4% come from Asia, and India is the largest country of origin, with 17.7 million people leaving India to seek better life in another place. The second position is Mexico. Mexico, in the year 2019, the data found that 11.8 million Mexicans left the country to seek for a better life. And the third one is China, with 10.7 million, which is, it's a relative big number, but for the population of China, it's not that much. Several other European countries have considerable populations of migrants, including Ukraine, Poland, the United Kingdom, and Germany. And regarding the distribution of international migrants by countries' income group, almost 2/3 of them, about 176 million, lived in high-income countries in 2019. Another 82 million lived in middle-income countries and 13 million in low-income countries. So, as you can see, migration is motivated by several economical, political, or social factors, including internal conflicts, political persecutions, widespread human rights violations, climate conditions, and environmental disasters. However, it can be said that the vast majority of migrants leave their country driven by the scenario of poverty and misery in their homeland, coupled with the absence of favorable prospects for improving living conditions. Many of these migrants workers end up being subjected to unworthy or working conditions, or even to contemporary slave labor due to their condition of vulnerability. According to the data provided by the International Labour Organization, today there are approximately 21 million people in the world in forced labor. Of this total, 9.1 million, therefore 44%, moved internally or internationally in search of work. In this point, I would like to add something for you. This data, it's from the ILO, so International Labour Organization, and the International Labour Organization uses the concept of forced labor. If you go to the Global Slavery Index, that it's made of profit organizations, the estimative is that 40 million people are submitted to contemporary slavery. Why there is such a huge difference between the numbers? Because the number used for most of the law professionals and law operators, it's not the restricted concept of the ILO about forced labor. Okay, we use the concept that it's in the Palermo Protocol and that it's in the Constitution of the United Nations, that it says that a person is considered a contemporary slave if she's treated as someone else's property. Okay, so this is a different concept that from the one used by ILO. ILO strictly says about forced labor. So the person has to be forced to work, okay? But the concept that we use as operators of the law, it's the concept that I told you, the Palermo Protocol and the UN Constitution that says about making, submitting someone else's as a property, okay? In this concept, the numbers are way higher. They go up to 40 million. I didn't brought you today this number of 40 million, because even though we have numbers of slave labor, the only organization that has done relation between forced labor, contemporary slavery, and migrants is the ILO. So I use the ILO numbers and data, so you could see that migration has a direct relation with slavery, because migrants are considered vulnerable to unworthy working conditions. Okay. In view of this scenario, in view of this scenario, I invite you to investigate with me the issue of migrant work from the perspective of human rights, analyzing the protection measures existing in the national and international order. In 2015, the world followed perplexed the dramatic and extreme situations involving the migratory corridor that settle in the Mediterranean Sea, where thousands of refugees from North Africa and Eastern Europe were trying to enter in the countries of European Union. This is the picture I brought from you earlier, the boat that was trying to get in the Italian coast. So, as we can see, this is a global issue and this is a dramatic situation. Almost all countries are involved. I brought some data from Brazil just to illustrate from you what's going on here in our country. The data are not so recent, but these are the latest data we have, okay? We know for sure, and I know from my practice and my experience, that this number is increasing every single day, specifically now in the pandemic, because Brazil, as we know, it's one of the countries in South America that has the high IDH, né? The Human Developing Index, okay? So it's a country, it's a destination country from especially people from Bolivia, from Haiti, that comes seeking for better life conditions, even though we are not considered a developed country yet. So in 2015, out of 140 fiscalizations of the labor fiscalization, 1,010 workers were rescued and 75 were international migrants, Bolivian Chineses and Haitians, and almost 900 were internal migrants. Okay, so in Brazil, especially on the north and northwest states, there are a lot of migrants that come to the south and southwest part of our country seeking for a better life. In 2012, and I really like this case because Brazil, it's the country that exports, it's the biggest export country of chicken of halal method. And this halal method can only be performed by the followers of Islam. And we know that Brazil, it's mostly a Catholic country. So how can this be possible? So in 2012, they realized, the fiscalization discovered that this was because the leadership place of Brazil was mostly due to slave labor conditions. They found out that Africans and Muslim Asians were exploited in slaughterhouses in the states of Paraná and in the Federal District, that is the capital of our country, in the activity of slaughtering by the halal method, guarantee seal required by countries with Islamic majority that import Brazilian meat. They found out this was a case of not only slave labor, but also of human trafficking. There is another very high profile case that were uncovered in 2017 that were really famous, and I think probably one of you have already heard of. Domestic servants from the Philippines were found working in family houses in the metropolitan region of São Paulo, okay? And they would work for very, very rich family, working up to 16 hours a day without remuneration or without rest. The case was discovered because one of the Philippine maids felt hungry. One of the Philippines was so hungry, she was forced to eat the dog's food, and after eating the dog's food, she went up in the hospital, and that's how the net of the human trafficking of young women from Philippines were uncovered by Brazilian law enforcement. In Minas Gerais, in 2013, 121 Haitian workers were rescued in 2 operations carried out by the Ministry of Labor, both related to civil construction. We see that Haitians mostly come to, due to their body build and their strength, they are highly used as workers in the civil construction. And they found out that these 121 Haitian workers were working in the construction of houses to the future mineradora, charcoal mining, of one of the biggest charcoal, one of the biggest multinational companies we have here in the States. And they were living in very degrading conditions without any payment. These are some of the pictures that were taken in the place where they were living. So I really like to to bring the pictures so you can see when I say degrading conditions, that are conditions that nobody would like to live in. As you can see, there is not a single window in this place where they would sleep, eat, and take a shower and do their physical necessities. In this place, that the pictures I brought to you, lived about 15 workers. In São Paulo, between 2010 and 2015, international migrants represented 35% of the rescued workers from slavery, which means 1 in 3 rescued workers were from countries like Bolivia and Venezuela, and they work primarily in the textile industry. Regarding the pandemic and the migrants' vulnerability, to conclude my presentation, I would just like to make a reflection with you. Migrants and refugees are already suffering daily from the difficulty of accessing the health system, housing conditions, jobs, and they even suffer from xenophobia. With the pandemic, these difficulties have increased and placed this group among the most impacted by COVID-19. The precariousness of migrants' housing and financial conditions is still one of the biggest problems faced by them. Most of them arrive in the new destination without anything, not even enough clothes. Therefore, it's almost impossible for them to maintain the conditions of cleanliness and hygiene determined by the governments to combat the pandemic. This, I'm talking about the migrants that can access the destination country. We cannot forget about the refugee camps that are nothing new and with facility and they are very, very, very precarious, and where the spread of the virus most probably is really accelerating and making a lot of victims. So, despite the lack of data on the impact of the coronavirus crisis on refugees and migrants in Brazil, we have research did by the Caritas Arquidiocesana in São Paulo that they offered a data that about 52% of the consultations they made between January and June of 2020 referred to migrants population. So we have a lot of work in front of us. The UN estimates that the pandemic is going to accelerate the flow of migrants all all over the world because of the increasing poverty, the unemployment, the lack of social guarantees, and the lack of health access. So this is a discussion that it's urgent, and we have to do it in the context that you are making here today. We have to call up the lawyers, call up the doctors and everyone else so we can do something to prevent that from become a total chaos. Thank you very much. I'll be here for any questions, and I would just like to say that it was a really big challenge to speak in English, so hopefully I made myself clear and understood.
Thank you so much, Dr. Olivia. Your lecture was excellent, and we are very happy to have you here. Now, Angie will call for the next speaker, and after that, we are going to do a discussion section. Okay,
Yeah.
Angie?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Livia Miraglia, for your amazing session first. And remember that if you have any question for Dr. Livia Miraglia, please save it for now, and we will have our discussion session afterwards, where you will be able to ask questions. For our second presentation, we invite Dr. Mateus Falcao, PhD in Global Health and Masters in Public Health at Faculty of Public Health at University of Sao Paulo. Cohort 2014 from the Edmundo Granda Ugalde Leaders in International Health from the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, WHO. Started his career as Programs Coordinator at Operation Smile, Norfolk, Virginia, USA. Program Manager and later Special Advisor at the Brazilian Health Ministry on the relation between the Brazilian government, PAHO, WHO, and the Cuban government for More Doctors program, and former health coordinator for the humanitarian Venezuelan migratory crisis for the United Nations Migration. Today's topic is COVID-19 and migration, finding a common ground to solidarity through politics, a perspective from psychoanalysis. Welcome, Dr. Matthews.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. Just like to double check, is everybody can listen to me?
Yes, we can listen.
Awesome. I apologize for not using the video, but I'm with a slow internet. So to make sure that I'm heard, I will not use the video. I would like also to thank you, Dr. Miraglia, for the presentation. It was really helpful on my presentation. So I can go over other topics that I would like to go, and I was worried if I couldn't go because of my time. One thing that I think that we agree about, specifically related to migration, is that we know that migration in the contemporaneous world is here to stay, and it will not stop. I will not try to bring any data because I'm talking in a more subjective way, which is pretty much how we, from the psychoanalysis perspective, we can switch the angle of what we have seen during the COVID pandemic specifically, and what a migration is related with this, and also how we can find in a common ground, which can lead to solidarity through politics in times that we have been facing certain disbelief or even discredit of politics. It's always a very necessary warning for everyone to know when politics fails. we lack of options, and the options we have are not very fortunate for no one, which means fascism, war, authoritarian regimes. That's the results that history has shown us when politics fails. So from the perspective of psychoanalysis, we don't have a certainty from anything. We usually, Lacan and Freud, the founders of psychoanalysis, especially Freud and Lacan, with the use of the language, use it to see their patients and bring what the patient has to say, which means that every word counts when I'm talking to a patient in a therapy session. And then I add up the culture, the social political and the biosocial political factors that surround the environment of this person, this to decreasing what we call psychosuffering. We not even call an anxiety or depression or any other things that are related to this. They are called disease. We call the symptoms, and the source of those symptoms are much deeper. It's an approach of to understand. Freud and Lacan, they also wrote about society, culture. So, but the biggest focus was always on how the patient feels, and then how culture and society comes second. But what they have to say bring us an important swift of change of perspective, and that's what I'm trying to do in this 20 minutes. The first thing I'd like to talk is talking to you about a famous movie that was released in 2009. It's called District 9. I'm not a sci-fi fan, but this movie, I'll have to address it so we can realize, at least understand why it's so risky when we can turn someone into something. That's what might happen with migrants, might happen with nature in this contemporaneous times that we live in. In District 9, as a movie from Hollywood, a spaceship comes to Earth and stops on Johannesburg in South Africa, and the ship is full of aliens, and they are starving and weak. What this has to say, if we can compare to the relations that Dr. Miraglia mentioned, related with migrants, human migrants. The movie skips from human beings to aliens, but it displays precisely what we call turning someone into something alien, something different from us, something that is not human-like. And so what happens to those aliens is that they have to live in a refugee camp, almost in a sort of refugee camp, but you can see clearly abuse of power, violence, and even deaths caused by any threats that those aliens could do. And if you see the movie, or if you have seen the movie, District 9 shows precisely what you have seen in so many ships that tries to cross the sea. when people come out, if they can come out, because sometimes they are so weak that they cannot come out. They are weak. Sometimes they have to live in refugee camps. Sometimes if they have no protection mechanisms in the host country, they might have faced violence, abuse of power, lack of respect of human rights, and so on. When you turn someone into something, this is really dangerous. It's precisely when I lose the common ground of knowing that instead of talking to a human being, I'm talking to something that is different from myself, that does not belong to my species, if I want to be more scientific. And this leads for so many examples that Dr. Miraglia gave on her speech. The other thing I would like to tackle, as I'm have few time, I'd like to go over for so many things, but I would like to go first on second on the how we've been treating nature, and this goes from the analysis of discourse or analysis of speech. If you see since March, when the pandemic, since the February or December 19, when the pandemic actually started to spread globally in March, we can see that so many people are using terms that separate us again from nature. So I again do what we say, turn somebody into something. I denaturalize, I separate myself, separate humankind, I separate the human species from nature. I'm not criticizing. The goal is not it. The goal is just to show a different perspective. But if at the moment that I start to change the view that I am not part of nature, that the human species does not belong to this planet, is precisely when I can use some sort of triggers to fight a virus that is not seen, but a common enemy now that is not seen by everyone. It's a disease that is spreads and no one knows how to see if they have the virus or not, if they are carrying the virus or not. And by separating ourselves from nature, this is what happens. Instead, what I would suggest for at this moment is to realize that this is not the first pandemic we have been facing. The contemporaneous world is one of the worst, if not the worst pandemic we have been facing. We still don't know what is going to be afterwards, after the pandemic ends, with or without a vaccine. But we know that the pandemic is here to stay, and we're going to have to face this pandemic and other pandemics alongside the upcoming future. Though this pandemic also has to be not naturalized, but it has to be seen in a way that we can actually realize that it's not only the only source of crisis, especially when you talk about migration or when you talk about politics. And I will give you some two examples. When you talk about migration, people are fleeing, are uprooted, what we call internally displaced people, people that moves from one city to another inside their homeland, their home country, because they are facing economical challenges. We had the latest economic crisis in 2008, and we still have we still face the problems of this economic crisis, and the price paid by humanity for this crisis was, as we can see, huge. Not to say, in another word, it was catastrophic. So when we had the pandemics, and it goes for the next topic I wanna touch, it's politics. Is the same happens with a pandemic or a natural disaster, which is the most common cause of migration in the contemporaneous world. What we have seen during the pandemics, facing me that was in the front line, working with patients every day, with migrants every day for almost 1 year, is that politics might be the solution or might be not. I will not mention any countries or how countries have been facing this pandemic, because this would take another lecture to be done. But what has to be known and has to be seen as a perspective from now on, and I believe that's one of the main goals of psychoanalysis, is to avoid the symptom of repetition. Like, let's say if I have an obsessive compulsion for washing my hands all the time, and I go to the psychoanalyst, and then I got treated by this, I realize that the problem is not washing my hands, it's something deeper. But it's possible and likely that the patient will display other kind of repetition, and what you want to do is precisely provide that patient the possibility of alleviating the suffering, and also to avoid to repeat the cycle of a repetition regardless of the symptom. And this comes precisely for us when we go through politics, when you want to see that there was no invisible hand that saved the crisis of 2008. 2008. Oh my gosh! And this crisis now, the solution and the tentatives to tackle the problem was actually performed by the hands of governments, the hands of politicians, the negotiations, the private sector involved as well, individuals, but mostly if you look to the local health systems of each country, and the successful cases, there was a strong intervention in each country done by the state. So this is a point that we have to also, like from nature, where the time we feel that we belong to nature, we are part of it, we start to think that we are responsible, and we are responsible for this planet. The same happens for politics, for not destroying it, because the consequences of destroying politics will lead for no common ground for solidarity. By saying this, if you do not take into very serious a very serious perspective, and I'm talking about perspective at this moment because it's so early to talk and to provide further insights about what we have been facing with this pandemic. But it's not so early to not provide insights, and I would love to listen to the audience as well and answer the questions to provide insights that we are a globalized world. Everybody likes to say that, but the consequences of globalization are in front of us every time. If it is in the financial market, if it is with natural disasters caused by climate change, if it is by pandemics, because we have the inner desire to explore, which is different from exploiting, exploiting for profit, regardless if I am doing a huge damage for the environment of other species or ourselves. By saying that, I would like to finish my lecture with a saying from Martin Luther King that he said, and it is true for all of us, that we might have not come on the same boat, but now we are on the same boat to face this pandemic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mateus Falcao, for your amazing session. We are very glad to have you here with us. Remember, if you have any question for Dr. Mateus, please save it for now, and we will have our discussion session afterwards, where you will be able to ask questions. For the third presentation, we invite Dr. Oluwel Mayagun. Dr. Oluwel Mayagun is a public policy expert and independent consultant, a former ambassador and career diplomat in the Nigerian Foreign Service. He is also former director, Department of Social Affairs, African Union Commission, Addis Ababa. He has published works in reputable journals on health, child rights, and migration. His current research focus is on the intersection of human rights and sports in Africa. He has particular interest in the migration and trafficking of young African athletes. It's about documenting the human rights risks and collection of accurate data for evidence-based mitigation and remedy policies. And today's topic is migration and the impact on population health. Welcome, Dr. Oluwel.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Angie, and I'm honored and privileged to be part of this Congress and to quickly share some thoughts with you all on the issue on migration and the impact on population health. Precisely, I will be looking at the promotion of migrants' health in the context of and in international discourse. Let me quickly start so that it can be more interactive and questions later on. Let me start with some conceptual issues that is embedded in the topic. First, we talk about population health. You will the concept of population health is widely used, but sometimes we all have different clarity or understanding. The early pioneers of the concept, David Kinderg and Greg Strudath, defined it as the health outcome of a group of individuals, including the distribution of such outcomes within the group. And their field, the field of population health includes health outcomes patterns of health determinants and policies and intervention that link these two. And that there are criticisms that the definition focuses strictly on health outcomes and its measurements without an explanation of what needs to be done to impart those outcomes. Well, there are other criticisms, such as it's underscored accountability on the part of those who provide health care that impacts on the outcomes. However, we cannot discuss population health without also mentioning public health. And public health refers to the health situation of the public at large, and from controlling the number of people who fall ill to infectious diseases to dealing with the growing issue of violence in crowded cities, monitoring the health of groups is also an important aspect of public health. In effect, public health is, and its impact, public health is within in effect, population health, is within public health, and it impacts on public health. If we see or consider migrants as a population group, their health and well-being becomes a vital part of public health, whether in the countries of origin, in transit, or in destination countries, as well as along the migratory routes. And as long as also along migratory routes. Migrant categories, therefore, my discussion will focus more on the migration and public health and the challenges in promoting migrant health at national and international levels. And we'll look a bit more into how it impacts on international discourse. Of course, migrant categories and trajectories are diverse. Some migrants have better outcomes than host communities, while migrants from areas of poverty, displaced persons, vulnerable groups, and that includes people with pre-existing health conditions, unaccompanied or separated children, the elderly, the disabled, migrants, trafficked or smuggled persons, and those with limited educational job and linguistic skills are at greater risk of adverse health outcomes in the migration process. Moreover, migration
Dr. Holloway,
Yes?
Dr. Holloway, 1 minute, please. We can't see your screen. Can you share or?
Oh, sorry, I'm going to share.
Camera?
I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Let me see. Yeah, it's just only one screen, and it's only one slide. And good. I hope you can see it now.
Yes, we can see.
Yes,
it's working.
I'm
just about to get to the slide. My apologies.
No, don't worry. It's working.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I said, moreover, migration is gendered experience. While women are not necessarily vulnerable, the health impacts for women and men throughout migration depend on many factors: type of migration, policies and attitudes of countries of origin, transit and destination, and gender relations within the household. During transit, women and girls, especially irregular migrants,
Doctor, can you hear me?
Their vulnerability. Women are often restricted to traditional, in quote, female occupations like domestic work and sex work, as well as unstable jobs with low wages and poor conditions. Women also have needs for, relating to sexual and reproductive health and rights. But legal, cultural, or language barriers may inhibit access to information and services. This is a health dimension or the gender dimension of migrant health. So health determinants therefore vary throughout the migration process, as summarized in the figure on the screen. I hope you can see it properly, and can aggregate health vulnerabilities for individual migrants as well as communities and societies. At the same time, social determinants of health can also support resilience, the ability to recover from shocks and overcome adversity, for example, through support networks and access to services, including health. Now, let us and I'll come back perhaps to this point towards the end. But for the time being, in the context of migration and as medical experts that you all are going to be, or migration experts, what has been the migrants' health? How has it featured in international discourse? I will start with what I call the migrants' rights, or the rights of migrants to health. The WHO Constitution and international human rights treaties recognize the right to health of all persons, irrespective of legal status. And I underline the word irrespective of legal status, because the right to health implies that all of the underlying preconditions that determines good health are met. So most guarantee equality and embrace non-discrimination. Accordingly, they encompass and protect migrants regardless of their status. Regardless of their status. I'm underlining that again. And the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the ICESCR, recognizes that everyone has a right to the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health. Similarly, the International Convention on the Protection of Rights of All Migrant Workers and Members of their Families guarantees all migrants the right to receive emergency medical care and regular migrants social and health services on equal terms with nationals. However, and in reality, some countries do not provide the same level of health care to migrants as they do to their nationals, notwithstanding that they are bound by the ICESCR to fulfill the right to health for all without discrimination. The right to health holds throughout the migration process. And I'm emphasizing this because as a migrant, I did not leave my rights at home or in my home country or wherever. As a human being, my rights are always with me. So the right to health should hold throughout the migration process. At entry point, border policies and procedures should respect the dignity and human rights of migrants. While states have the power to control entry, they must do so in respect of international law and international health regulation, IHR 2005. The IHR aims to prevent, protect against, control and provide, the IHR is the international health regulation, control and provide a public health response to the international transmission of disease
Dr. Olaway, I think
Once in a
I think there is a problem in your audio.
Really?
Now it's working. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Once in a country, all migrants have the right to health care. In some cases, health grants can be legal justification for regularization of undocumented migrants and prevent deportation. That is looking at health migrant from the fundamental human rights. The World Health Assembly in 2008, in Resolution 6117 on health of migrants, called upon member states to promote equitable access to health promotion and care for migrants, to promote bilateral and multilateral cooperation on migrants' health among countries involved in the whole migration process. I always want to, because I was a witness to that resolution, and I always want to appreciate the former Sri Lankan Minister of Health, Honorable Nima Sharpala de Silva, who was instrumental into the adoption of that particular resolution as the chairman, or as the chairperson of the executive board. Then we also have the World Conference on Social Determinants of Health that took place in Rio in October 2011. And I would like to, I always want to quote part of the outcomes of that conference and to then ask the question. And I quote, we underscore, I'm quoting about the outcome of the Rio in October 2011. We underscore the principles and provisions set out in the World Health Organization's constitution and in the 1978 Declaration of Alma-Ata, as well as the 1986 Ottawa Charter and in the series of international health promotion conferences, which reaffirmed the essential value of equity in health and recognized that the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of health is one of the fundamental rights of every human being, without distinction of race, religion, political belief, economic or social condition. We recognize that governments have a responsibility for the health of their people, which can be fulfilled only by the provision of adequate health and social measures, that the national efforts need to be supported by an enabling international environment. I ask the question to you, the audience, does this declaration, this intent, does it include migrants? If you ask me personally, the answer will be yes. Why? Because migration, if you look at the chart on the figure on the table, migration is a social determinant of health. And as such, that declaration of Rio should be applicable to all migrants. Then there is the WHO framework on integrated people-centered health, adopted at the at the 69th session of the World Health Assembly in 2016, and with a vision that a future in which all people have equal access to quality health services that are co-produced in a way that meets their life course needs and respect their preferences, are coordinated across the continuum of care, and are comprehensive, safe, effective, timely, efficient, and acceptable, and all carers are motivated, skilled, and operate in a supportive environment. There were 5 strategies which are pertinent to recall. Engaging and empowering people. 1 is engaging and empowering people and communities. 2, strengthening governance and accountability. 3, reorienting the model of care. 4, coordinating services within and across sectors. And 5, creating an enabling environment. Health systems that are organized around the comprehensive need of people rather than individual disease, ensure that all citizens and all people have equal access to healthcare and services, and that includes migrants, regardless of their status. Of course, within the SDG too, we have the universal health coverage, which is, my question is, how are migrants covered within the universal health care, health coverage, with the vision that all people obtain quality health services when they need them, without falling into poverty to pay for them. Universal health coverage holds that all individuals receive the needed health services, from health promotion to prevention, treatment, rehabilitation, and palliative care without financial hardship. Ensuring that UHC is key to the best investment for a safer, fairer, and healthier world. Nevertheless, migration is a critical determinant of health, as I pointed out earlier, and migrants, and they often, regrettably, often face inequalities in health status and care. Finally, there is the GCM, that is still the recent baby of the international community. Again, I had the privilege of participating in the regional processes as well as in the global negotiations of the GCM. And some of us are strong advocates of the health of migrants. The GCM, that's the Global Compact on Migration, addresses migrants' health and cross-reference the WHO framework on integrated people-centered health services. Quite a number of the objectives of the GCM, like Objective 6, Objective 7, Objective 15, and Objective 22, were addressing the health, in a way addressing the health. But I'm going to pick out one, and that is Objective 15, that provide access to basic services for migrants, and in particular, the commitments E in that objective, which I quote, incorporate the health needs of migrants in national and local healthcare policies and plans, such as by strengthening capacities for service provision, facilitating affordable and non-discriminatory access, reducing communication barriers, and training needs, and training healthcare providers and culturally sensitive service delivery in order to promote physical and mental health of migrants and communities overall, including by taking into consideration relevant recommendations of the WHO framework of priorities and guiding principles to promote the health of refugees and migrants. So these are the references to health of migrants in the context of international health discourse. In spite of that, there are challenges in promoting migrants' health, and even the ones I have cited are not enough. And like I said earlier, often absent in global health debates, whether we are talking of NCDs or disease control programs, migrants rarely feature. The health of migrants rarely feature. Reverse the case, when we are discussing migration and development, quite often our focus is on those criminal justice approach, control the migrants, don't let them get in, irregular migrants, these and that. And if they are to talk about development aspect, then maybe we talk about remittances. Again, there is hardly any proper focus. This needs to change. At national level, health of migrants are also often not safeguarded. Migrants are still seen as burden on the health system.
Dr. Holaweyo, I think your internet is not working.
Social this and that, you're just going to be attracting migrants to come. Migrants too often remain invisible, marginalized, and excluded. And believe you me, they need to be empowered because they make significant contributions to the host country as well as to their own. When I say host country, I'm talking about the country of destination. Of course, there is lack of policy coherence and multi-sectoral collaboration. What we found out when we've examined migration policies in quite a number of developing countries, particularly in Africa, is that there is a disconnect between migration policies and other national development policies. They hardly cross-reference each other, nor is there any reference mainstreaming migration into or migration policies into the larger national policies. So the same thing we see at international level is replicated at national level. Apart from this, we know that there is challenge of discrimination, exclusion, unethical treatment of migrant workers, limitation to travel, work, and reside abroad based on medical grounds like HIV, TB, and what have you. Of course, there is also unethical medical screening for prospective migrant workers. Sometimes they are deported for treatable conditions, including pregnant women. And of course, there is refusal of visa to dependents of temporary labor migrants. And some of these things impact on the family of migrants and even in their home country. But there is a positive side that often is not discussed, and because it's also a negative. Migration of healthcare workers from poor to rich countries and its input. Why we want to see migrants as vectors of diseases, we want xenophobia, discrimination, they're coming for our social this and there. Many countries, particularly developed countries, gladly take health workers from developing countries at the expense of those countries, at the expense of the healthcare in those countries. It's so annoying for me personally when I see the migration of the inability of developing countries in Africa, South America, the Caribbean, and even in Asia, unable to retain their health workers. And here they move to the developed world, and then you are being asked to go and train community health workers to take care of your own healthcare system, forgetting that your resources are being used to train these people, and they can just be taken away like that. I recall again in 2010, I was privileged to be attending the World Health Assembly, where the WHO, where the code of ethical something was adopted at the World Health Assembly, which for me, we tackle this issue of the mismatch between the health workforce that has migrated or recruited to developed countries, and which COVID-19 has revealed the global scramble for health workers and migration of health workers will continue. There are global tools, like I said, the WHO Code of Practice, which is the universal health framework for international recruitment of health workers, though it's not legally binding. And there is the World Health Assembly Resolution 6117 that I pointed out to, they both provide framework for promote good practices and prevent negative impacts of health workers. The code that code of practice is supposed to be undergoing review this year, 10 years after its adoption. It is time for the code to be legally binding in order to stop what I always call, forgive me, robbing Peter to pay Paul, because we keep robbing the poor countries to service the healthcare and the healthcare needs in the developed ones, and to reduce the inequality gap between rich and poor countries. Migration health, and I'm going to conclude, migration health is often left behind in decision around migration governance. However, the global health community must consider migration health as a critical component of effective migration management. Moreover, migration health must be embedded into health programming goals as an applied lens to ensure the mobility dimension is taken into account. The needs of migrants and communities affected by migration should thus be incorporated into health service delivery, financing, policy planning, implementation, and evaluation. Investing in migration health will mitigate negative health impacts of migration and ensure sustainable migration gains. I stop there so that we can have further discussion later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oluwel Mayegun, for your amazing session. We are very happy to have you here with us. And now I'd like to invite Dr. Marconi to start our discussion table.
So I invite Dr. Livia, Dr. Falcão, and Dr. Oraway to stay here to answer some questions. So the first question for us is for Dr. Livia. Dr. Livia, tell us a little bit about your clinic. It's very interesting. So people are wanting to know a little bit more about your work.
So thank you, Dr. Marconi. We have a human trafficking slave labor clinic at UFMG, at law school at UFMG. And what we do is we assist the victims of slave labor and human trafficking, both judicial and non-judicial. We are based on the 3 pillars of the university. We do extension, we do research, and we do teaching. So we have a specific discipline about human trafficking and slave labor that aims to teach the students both the theory about the crimes, the slave labor and the human trafficking, but we also try to teach them how to deal with a victim. So they have practice classes on interviewing victims, on doing auctions, audiences, both criminal and civil audience. So they learn how to make a petition and these kind of things. We do researches. So I think I mentioned in my presentation, we have already researched all the judicial responses of slave labor and human trafficking, both criminal and civil, in all the Brazilian judicial system. And we also do the extension, is that the real assistance of the victims. We have assisted over 110 people already. Not all of them are judicial problems, but we have in course nowadays 55 civil actions. We all had already, and we have 11 that are closed, that are finished. And we also, Marconi, that it's important to be said and noted that we have partnerships with the other faculties at UFMG. One of our partnership was with the medical school at UFMG. One of the students at the medical school did a research on the impacts on the health of the victims of slave labor and human trafficking, especially the ones that were submitted to degrading conditions and to exhausting journeys, labor journeys. So it was really interesting. And every single victim that we attend, if they have a health issue, we direct them to the Hospital das Clínicas. So the I don't know how to explain to English, but you know, the hospital of the university. So
University Hospital, yes.
Yes, yeah, that's it. The university hospital, and they have already attended over, I think, over 30 victims that we directed to them. So it's, like I said, it's really important to discuss this problem, these issues, multidisciplinary, because I think the problem is multidisciplinary, complex, and international. So the solutions have to be thinking, globally, internationally, and multidisciplinary by doctors, lawyers, economists, politicians, because otherwise we won't be able to have efficient responses to this problem.
I'm very surprised with the data that you presented, that about 30% of global population is migrant. So it's a huge number, and I'm surprised to know that. So it's
So
important to study
yes,
this field. It's very important, even for future doctors, and it's so important to do discussions with lawyers and doctors and economists and politicians. So your message is very important for us, for the students. I would like to thank you so much for your speech. It
And I
was
think, as
excellent.
Dr. Maya Gun said, and Dr. Falcão already said, the health issue passes through the law issue also, because you cannot just close down the borders to prevent the virus from spreading, because that's not legally possible. And one of the most reasons it's not possible is because of the population being composed by 1/3 of migrants. So you cannot prevent people from going home or from, so this has to be really discussed. So thank you so much it was a pleasure to being in this table with such renowned persons like Dr. Maya Gun and Matheus Falcão. So thank you so much. It was my honor to be here.
Thank you. The next question is for Dr. Falcão, and Dr. Livia told us about the influence of politics in migration, but we would like to know from Dr. Falcão, do you think there is a big relation between politics, poverty, and migration? What can you say about this expression that I told? That is the relation between migration, politics, and poverty. Mainly in this context of pandemic.
Okay, thank you, Marconi. Thank you, Dr. Miraglia, for the inputs and the answers. Yes, politics has a huge relationship with poverty, especially when it's public policies and justice in the international context, as we're talking in a Global Health Congress, is not being taken, especially when we ignore or we don't take measures that can change and create an environment of citizenship. There's so many authors that says that without citizenship, which we mostly see in European countries, the so-called welfare state that not even exists anymore in Europe, in the way it was 20 years ago, the social benefits, providing access to education, health, security, maybe some sort of assistance, financial assistance, like cash-based transfers programs that we have seen. All those things are created on the realm of politics and public policies. In democratic countries, or in the so-called modern democracies, and even in some different countries like Saudi Arabia or Iran, when the pandemic was declared in 12 March, it's too much work in this year that the days have been like years. It looks like 5 years, but since the pandemic was declared, even governments that are criticized, and I'm I will not. This is not the precise moment for criticizing and having the handle to judge any government at the moment. Of course, there are people to do this, and more people more capable of. But we see traits of poverty, and then people migrate, and that's when migration is here. As I said, as Dr. Miraglia, Dr. Laue said, that migration is here to stay, because it doesn't matter if a country is the top number one, is the second number one on the COVID. People will migrate regardless of the pandemic, because in their country they are suffering so much because of civil wars, because but I'm sorry. I can't turn off my camera because I apologize for everyone because of the internet connection. I'm in the middle of the Amazon forest at the moment. It's really difficult. It's almost satellite to use internet here.
We understand.
So I'm really sorry.
No problem.
So just to finish, if you don't realize that poverty, social discrimination, lack of a social and a legal system in a country does not provide the basic rights on the people that live on this country, that can lead in the beginning in some countries for civil war, or that can lead to an economic crisis, that can lead in that case for the pandemics. Even countries that were suffering already from wars, from economic crisis, political turmoil, people left illegally, knowing that the borders were closed and that the borders had more surveillance. Even so, they were willing to risk their lives to go to another place, to fight in a better living, because they have lost the fear of living in that country, of losing their homeland. When you we used to say, when you don't fear anymore, we can do amazing things or disastrous things. You can leave the country and you cannot even imagine how we did it. I heard so many stories of people that when they arrived in Brazil, they actually didn't realize what have I done? Where did I took so much strength to do that? And the history repeated itself. So many people telling it when the things got calmer. And so it will happen if we don't provide a better political solution, which will lead for public policies which will aim at health, education, social security for this economic crisis that is everybody is already thinking that is happening, and that might increase if we have a second wave in the upcoming months. So yeah. Thank you.
You said something that is very interesting, Dr. Falcão. You said that the virus is here to stay. So we have to face it, to face the situation. It's important that the government and politicians have take this into consideration, because we have to be prepared for the effects of this pandemic. It's so interesting what you said. Thank you so much.
Okay, if you can, yeah, thank you. The virus is here to stay. I would like to highlight it. Just if I can add up 1 minute, um, it's here to stay. If the vaccine appears, it will take time for us to plan who are the priority groups. How can we bring the immunization, the logistical factors might be so difficult if the vaccine needs very low temperatures. To how can I reach the place I am in right now? It might be so difficult to do that, and that relies on politics. That relies on the citizens as well. The more awareness I raise on politics, the more awareness I raise on raising the conscience that we are citizens, and that the taxes we pay, they matter. They matter not only for us, but they matter. That money sustains so many United Nations different agencies, and or individual donations. This is all interconnected in the global world. And this is when accountability and history can be held upon for the ones who were willing to tackle and fight this pandemic and get prepared for another one, because it will happen, another one, and the ones that did nothing. This is when, in the near future or already now, I just don't want to be the one who judge, because I'm not. I don't feel that I am one capable of doing so. And it's what's gonna be. It's what we have to also not forget, because if it's forgotten, we will have another pandemic with the same effects, and we will know how to handle it. And you just remembering that 2008 was 12 years ago, and we still are facing the risks of this economic crisis. Can you imagine if you have another pandemic in 2 years, and the pandemic goes in the same way that this pandemic is going? That's what I was trying to propose and change, is keeping the perspective, breaking the cycle, not happening again, because we are really capable of. Billions of dollars have been spent on research, on medicines, on PPIs, personal protective equipments for health professionals who are in the front line, for quick tests, for testing, for so many things. So the money exists, and it appears in the crisis. That's the paradox. In the crisis of 2008, many states, many countries spent so much money on trying to solve the crisis, instead of just using for public policies, small public policies, which I mean by small is simple. I'm sorry, simple public policies that could tackle like lack of sanitation, lack of basic access to food, and that tackle simple disease that we use it to see and treat patients all the time in certain humanitarian crises, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We can see that medicine, law, economics, and politics, they work together always. And Dr. Holloway, we have a question for you. You said that migration is a determinant of health. So we would like to know how the local healthcare system can be prepared for migrants, for receiving migrants. How the politics and healthcare system, how can they be prepared for the situation?
Thank you very much. Before I answer that question, let me just make a connection to the comment by Dr. Foucault, just a little to Dr. Matthews Foucault, and to your question, when you were trying to link poverty with migration and the response, because it also then affects the answer that I will give. First and foremost, let's have at the back of our mind that sometimes we put poverty as a causal factor. There are times that it's not a causal factor, it's an aggravating factor in all this. And I will say the following: people will migrate, but 99% of those who migrate are compelled to migrate. Either they are looking for a better life, but does not necessarily mean that they are poor. But they are looking for a better life. Some is for persecution. They've been, political persecution, economic distress, but it does not necessarily mean that they are poor. And I will demonstrate this. Quite a number of migrants pay smugglers to smuggle them because of limited opportunities for legal migration. So you have so many incidents of smuggled migrants who die and perish in the desert or in the sea. They pay lots of money. You could have asked yourself, they can use that money. So I'm not saying they're not poor, but what I'm saying is that quite often or easily, we use the poverty as an independent variable to explain so many things, whereas it is not necessary. It may not necessarily be so. So yes, poverty, but not all the migrants are poor. Remember those who have been recruited, they're also migrants. Remember those who pay. And of course, like Dr. Livia was pointing out about those who are trafficked. Yes, poverty may be involving those who are victims of human trafficking. So I'm not ruling it out completely. I'm just saying that in terms of policy and interventions, we must bear that in mind. There will be another pandemic. It's about preparation. How well prepared are we for the next pathogen X? When is it going to come? What is our, in terms of disease, detection and response? How well are you with, in terms of implementing the international health regulations, building your capacities? How well are you in your event-based surveillance system, in quickly attending to some disease of unknown origin? So preparation will help a lot to deal with the next pandemic. As medical people, you must bear in mind that once there is an outbreak, it ceases to be a health. It crosses into the boundary, into the frontier, into security, politics, economics, trade. And you're seeing that in the case of this pandemic. It will even bring to question the competition between law, as we have seen in some people going to Supreme Court over the restriction. You're going to see those who will disregard science because they want to keep the economic activities going. If you observe in some countries, COVID-19 is dealing severe blow on the military, on their national security apparatus. We witnessed this during the period of the HIV pandemic, that some countries took it seriously when it became not a health issue any longer, but a national security issue. So you guys should bear in mind that once there is a pandemic or an epidemic outbreak, it ceases to be purely a health matter. It becomes legal, political, social, economic, trade, and what have you. And there will be other actors. Now, in terms of of responding in terms of migration, I did point out that what you find is there is often a disconnect between migration policies, health policies, education policies, so many policies within our national setup. So how well have we integrated migration policies as part of development policies? When we are writing our health policy, do we have at the back of our mind that we need to serve poor population, or that there will be migrants, that there are migrants who are in our mix, and the health of the migrants are, the population, the health of that migrant population is going to affect the overall public health. Does it come into our mind when we're drawing up our health policies in trying to, that we're doing? If we don't factor that in, and rather we are busy closing our doors, saying that these migrants are coming to overwhelm our health system, our social benefits. Indeed, they are coming, but they are not prepared, because they will come. If they have a weak health system and there is pandemic, they're going to come anyway. So it may not even be poverty that is driving them. They could have their money, they could be rich and everything, but they are going to come because their home country's health system is weak. So where you face a weaker health system, so in the overall context of what you're saying, the World Health Organization has provided us with a framework with which to get prepared for the question you are talking about, and to make sure that our migration policy is cross-referencing with our health, with our child policy, with our gender policies, with our trade, with our all the other something. They must work seamlessly together and in an interactive manner. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Holloway. Thank you so much, Dr. Livia. Thank you so much, Dr. Falcão. It's a pleasure to have you here. It's a lot to talk about this team. It's very interesting, but now we have to go to the next part of the Congress. So I would like to thank you so much for being here and sharing your big knowledge with us. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Bye. Thanks.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Yes,
Thank you.
Honor
Bye-bye.
and privilege
Have a
with you,
great event.
Dr. Olivier, Dr. Falcão, Angie, and all of you. Marco. Muito obrigado. Muchas gracias.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
It was a pleasure. Big pleasure
Thank
to
you.
have you here.
Have a nice
Thank
Sunday.
you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, Dr. Falcão. Thank you so much. Angie, now we can announce the next speaker.
Yes. Our next speaker is Dr. Carolina Abreu. She's a voluntary professor at the Institute of International Relations at the University of Brasilia. PhD in International Law from the Law Faculty of the Universidade de São Paulo. Master in Sustainable Development from UNB, 2012. A specialist in public law from the Processes Institute, 2006. Researcher at the Institute of Applied Economic Policy, IPEA, 2017 and 2018. And at the ELA, UND, Observatory of the International Migration in partnership with the National Immigration Council, 2014. Adjunct Coordinator of the Center for Studies and Researcher of Environmental Displaced Person at the Universidade Estadual da Paraíba, NEBDA, UEPB, member of the Red ANA Network on Statelessness in the America, and participant of the Red Latinoamericana on the Right of Refugees. Welcome, Dr. Carolina Abreu.
Welcome, Dr. Carolina. We are very happy to have you here. It's an honor for us.
Well, thanks a lot. Nice meeting you. And I'm so sorry, Angie, for having to read all this. uh, well, and I'd like to, yeah, I'm so sorry about that. Um, I should have made it shorter for you. Uh, anyway, thank you so much for inviting me. It's a pleasure being here. It was a last minute invitation, but uh, I'm very glad to be here and I hope to contribute to this debate. And I've heard the other speakers, and this is a very interesting event, and especially because of what's happening in the migration field, and of course with the effects of the pandemic. So I'm gonna speak to you, and please interrupt me, Marconi and Angie, because I'll time my time here. But anyway, you can interrupt me at any time you think it's necessary. So I'll speak to you about environment-induced migration, especially taking into account the legal and political challenges beyond the COVID-19 pandemic. And why is that? We must not forget that environment-induced migrants have been widespread along history. We've always had environment-induced migration because of different factors, and it's not a new phenomenon. But what is new about it is that there are many, many more people for the past 50 years or so. They're migrating because of environmental factors. These environmental factors may be because of anthropogenic effects into the environment, or because of natural phenomena, or because of both, because anthropogenic intervention in the environment or natural causes at the same time. And why should we worry about this issue? Why should we worry about this category of people migrating? As I just said, we have many more people migrating because of environmental factors. And at the same time, we have difficulties on the political and legal and social and economic spectrums, and of course, health spectrum as well, to protect those people and to recognize them as a specific legal category of migrants. And since we don't recognize them as a legal specific category under international, regional, or domestic legislation, we cannot provide them with the full enjoyment of their human rights. And we can understand that some researchers, especially from the UN system, have acknowledged that many people nowadays migrate because of environmental factors, but internally to a country. They're deemed as internally displaced persons. They are forced migrants, but they stay within the territory of a certain state, being the state of their nationality or not. And of course, the numbers don't show us that we have many environment-induced migrants that are international migrants. And there are many reasons for that. One of the reasons is that the lack of recognition will not deem possible to collect or gather data to show that those people are migrating because of environmental factors. So normally environment-induced migrants, when they are international migrants, they're considered as voluntary migrants because of economic reasons. They are considered economic migrants, and therefore they're not subject to any protection of forced migrants whatsoever. And why does this migration happen? As I just mentioned, we have some factors that can be linked to the human aspect of interference in the environment, the anthropogenic causes, the natural causes, and the two causes combined. And we also can have environment-induced migrants due to climate change. And I'm not talking about the discussion that climate change exists or not, because there's a fact, a well-known fact, and it has been proven by scientists, by loads of scientists, that there are many people that have been migrating for climate reasons, and not just since last century. It has happened, but we don't have enough data because we don't have good questions about what's the main reason for these people to migrate. So if we consider, for example, people moving from forced migrants from Honduras, and well, you can also say El Salvador, but mostly Honduras and Guatemala, when we link them to the migrants caravans that aim to cross Mexico and reach the United States, we're not talking only about people that are forced migrants because of persecution, because they could claim refugee status or refugee recognition. We're also talking about forced migrants because of the environment. In Guatemala, for example, there is a big environmental stress over crops that have been an obstacle for many people to keep their economic gains from coffee extraction, coffee planting, for example. So we can link the migrant caravans from Honduras and Guatemala, from the North Triangle of the Central America, as we call it in migration studies, also to environmental migration, to environment-induced migration. And many people have already understood, have already researched that there is a climate factor beneath this migration pattern. So these migrants, for example, can be considered as refugees if they fall within the 1951 Refugee Convention, the 5 aspects of persecution from the 1951 Refugee Convention. They could be economic migrants because they're fleeing voluntarily a situation where they cannot provide for themselves, and at the same time they cannot fend for themselves on a crisis of violence, of many factors, many social and economic factors and political factors that have been happening in North Triangle for at least 4 decades now, that have been recognized by the UN and the American states as well for at least 4 decades. But they can also be regarded as environment-induced migrants. But once they reach Mexico and try to reach the United States, they are not able to cross the borders legally. Why do I say legally? Because they're not normally recognized as refugees, they're not normally accepted as economic migrants, and they will not be recognized as environment-induced migrants because the US legislation does not recognize people in that matter, in that situation, as do many legislations in the whole world. Only a few countries recognize under its domestic legislation some aspects of people moving because of environmental factors. For example, Cuba, the Cuban migration legislation has recognized for a few years now that people can migrate because of climate change. So they extended the refugee definition of that legislation, and they have a legal category that considers people fleeing from climate change as environmental refugees. And we have a few other countries that do so, but most countries that nowadays recognize people fleeing from reasons that can surpass environmental migration, environmental factors, as humanitarian protection, the humanitarian protection spectrum, as does Brazil. Brazil recognizes, but it has in its legislation. It doesn't really recognize in practice, but it has in its legislation. And so why am I saying this? Because environment-induced migrants face lots and lots of challenges. One is the lack of recognition of their category as a specific category of migrants. And we cannot forget that migrants often flee either voluntarily or forced because of multiple causes. It's a multi-causal circumstance that drives migration. It's well established in the migration literature. And the environment, it may be one factor, or the main factor that drive people from their homes, from their home countries, or within their country's territory. But once those people don't have legal recognition when they're outside their country of origins, or when they don't have legal recognition inside their countries of origin, because many times those people are in need of social assistance because of environmental drivers of internal migration, of internal displacement, as the UN calls it, as a forced migration in the domestic borders of one state. And there are countries, of course, there are not so many countries as we know of, but there are some countries that would not allow people to migrate internally in some circumstances because of religious practices, because of social configurations, because of discrimination, especially. So either internal migrants, environment-induced migrants as internal migrants, or international migrants lack recognition, and this directly affects them, affects the enjoyment of their rights as citizens of a country or as stateless people. And also, at the political perspective, there is no international fora that widely discuss the subject of environment-induced migration, because most states do not want to bear the responsibility of having to deal with another category of people migrating. Because if we see now how migration policies have been so strict on vulnerable migrants, especially on forced migrants, we know that states do not accept refugees or forced migrants under other circumstances lightly. It's not only the US policy, it's the Australian policy, it's the European Union's policy, well, and so many other countries. And of course, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, countries are closing their borders, so to speak, not exactly closing, but yeah, with, well, some with fences, yes, they are closing with fences and walls and whatever they can, and well, police and etc. But most countries are not exactly closing their borders, but they're not letting people going in the country, being accepted as migrants of any kind, either forced migrants or voluntary migrants. And at international law, and I'm speaking now as an international law professor, and as a lawyer for immigrants in Brazil, countries have the reserved domain to say who can enter and who can stay in their countries. It is it's a customary law from international law. It's an international norm, but we must not forget that there are limitations, and that's a big problem, because the main limitation is when we talk about asylum seekers, people seeking refugees. So the state does have the domain, the reserved domain, or domain réservé, as we put it in historical international law, to accept or not immigrants into its territory. But the main exception is for asylum seekers and refugees that are already recognized as such, but mainly for asylum seekers, because of a principle of the 1951 Refugee Convention called non-refoulement, or non-devolution of asylum seekers or refugees that are already recognized by state legislation. So once states don't want to bear the responsibility of accepting more migrants into their territories, especially when there is a pandemic happening in the world. It's a field, it's a way of not letting people cross their borders. So it's a discriminatory way, for sure, to impose even more its restrictive policies towards immigrants. And this falls a lot heavier on forced migrants, on environment-induced migrants, and of course asylum seekers, and as the previous speakers were saying, on many aspects of people migrating that have certain vulnerabilities, either from an economic standpoint, even from a social standpoint, and I would add even from a nationality and religious standpoint as well. So this is to say that states that don't normally want to bear responsibility for international migrants in their territory are using the COVID-19 pandemic and their reserve domain under international law to stop definitely or indefinitely the acceptance of any migrants, any category of migrants. And this is happening with Brazil too. We have a resolution, an interministerial resolution from July, another one from August, and the last one is from the beginning of November 2020, saying that immigrants can enter the country by airplanes. They can fly to Brazil, but they cannot enter the country on the territorial borders. They cannot cross the country on foot or by car or whatever reason or whatever way they want. So people can come, are welcome to come if they fly, if they have money to spend on flights. But if they live in any of the 10 countries that surround Brazil, any of the neighboring countries, the 10 neighboring countries, or if they come from elsewhere, but trying to come from our territorial borders, people without Brazilian nationality cannot enter the country. And this is discriminatory. And it's not only discriminatory, but it's illegal under the 1988 Brazilian Constitution, because this resolution also says that people that want to seek asylum in Brazil cannot, during the COVID-19 pandemic, have access to the procedures for asylum recognition, for refugee recognition. So this is illegal under Brazilian legislation. We cannot forget that the Constitution is our main legislation, and an interministerial resolution is way below any structure, any legal structure we have. So it is those resolutions, and one is illegal under our Constitution, is legal under international norms that have been accepted from Brazil, and also under general international law, either customary law or under international law principles. So Brazil is doing it all wrong, especially concerning forced migrants that are trying to seek asylum in Brazil. And as one speaker before me said, migrants will not stop migrating, especially if they're forced migrants, if they flee violence, if they flee disaster that strongly affect their lives and the lives of their families, if they flee situations that will not necessarily be a way of keeping their daily lives and their existence, to be honest, they will migrate. But they will migrate, and I'll take what another speaker said before me, that they will migrate through irregular or undocumented channels. They use coyotes, they use migrant smugglers to enter a country, even a country of transit or the country of final destination, intended final destination. And that will entail a lot more human rights violations or possible human rights violations. So one thing is considering that environment-induced migrants are not recognized in international law. The other thing is not recognizing politically that countries are bound by their international obligations, even when there is no international legal norm that recognizes the rights of environment-induced migrants. States are bound by international law principles, general principles, and use coercion norms or norms that are applied to any state, despite them being part of the 1951 Refugee Convention, for example. So there is state responsibility, but this state responsibility can only be in some aspects will only be recognized after the immigrant or the asylum seeker will have been rejected to enter a country with documents or a documented migrant. And I'm just gonna stop here for just one thing that came to my mind, that we normally hear the expression illegal immigrants. Yes?
Your internet is frozen. Now it's working. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I don't know what have you heard.
Now it's working well.
It's working
well.
Thank
you.
Thank you. So just coming back a little, the expression legal migrants has been used to criminalize immigrants as a way of criminalization of migration movements and as a means of criminalizing the migrants themselves. So please do not use illegal migration, because there is no illegal migration. The migration itself, especially forced migration or voluntary migration, is not illegal under international law and could not be deemed illegal under domestic law. There is an irregular or undocumented migration once the states do not accept immigrants that have the right to be there, have the right to ask for asylum, to have access to asylum procedures. So, but this responsibility will only be recognized after the dismissal of immigrants, of asylum seekers, and this has to change. Recently in Brazil, 3 months ago in Brazil, there was a legal action addressed by the PGR, oh gosh, sorry, I just forgot the expression in English, but it was addressed by the public attorney's office at the federal level, a legal action to stop the deportation of 26 Venezuelan and Colombian immigrants that were trying to enter Brazil through the state of Acre and the north region of Brazil. Venezuelans did not stop coming because our government closed the doors in Pacaraima, for example. They just have been crossing other states. They have tried to enter Colombia, or they have used our other routes to come to Brazil or to go to other countries. So migration, especially forced migration, has not stopped and will not stop during this pandemic or in any other time. And this is why closing borders is the worst immigration policy ever. And when we hear Trump saying, or Bolsonaro, or Orbán, or many so-called world leaders, they're not exactly leaders. Anyway, I'm not gonna use adjectives now. But when governments are saying we're closing borders, we're deporting people, we're not letting people in, they are not stopping migration. They're fostering undocumented migration. They're fostering migrant smuggling, because people will not stop migrating when they need to, when they're desperate to. And that happens because also of the pandemic, because some people are fleeing violence, some people are fleeing disasters, and some people are just trying to go to other countries for medical assistance. When we take, for example, the twin cities in the Brazilian borders, with almost not with the 10 countries that we have borders with, territorial borders with, but with most of the countries that we have territorial borders with, we have a constant migration for medical purposes, for education purposes, for work purposes. And this migration has not stopped, and it will not stop. So when we look at environment-induced migration, I'd like to just point out that we don't have a global international legal instrument that either recognizes this migration category or provides any sort of rights to those people migrating because of environmental factors or obligations to states. But we do have at the regional levels, we have some prospects of binding agreements, at least some form of recognition. At the global level, we have recently a recognition on the Paris Convention for Climate Change. So the last year, a year ago, we had an important recognition that migration can be caused by climate change, can be caused by environmental factors linked to climate change. So this is a political recognition, and it's, of course, it's not nothing, but it barely solves any kind of issue or problem and obstacles that environment-induced migrants have. What we do have is are two actually regional binding agreements, binding international law binding agreements, international legal binding agreements in the Arab states, in the Arab League, the 1994 Arab League Refugee Convention that is not yet into force, but it does recognize environment-induced migrants as refugees inside the refugee category, which is not accepted by UNHCR and by many people who work exclusively with asylum seekers and refugees. And we also have the Kampala Convention of the 2009 Kampala Convention of the African Union that recognizes as internally displaced persons, people fleeing not only violence, not only famine, but also environmental factors. And it's a very important convention, the Kampala Convention. It has been used as a basis for creating or trying to create other norms, either at the domestic level or at the international level, towards the recognition and protection of environment-induced migrants. And what we also have is that at the domestic perspective, we have a few countries that I mentioned that have legislation specifically addressed for the recognition and the legal protection of environment-induced migrants. So just to give some examples on how they are called, how the denomination is used for environment-induced migrants. Some legislations call them refugees. So they regard environment-induced migrants as a category of refugees under the refugee umbrella, under the refugee protection. Some countries will recognize environment-induced migrants as climate refugees. So those people fleeing a country because of specifically climate factors. Of course, the burden of proof there is a little bit shady, but it is possible. Other countries recognize environment-induced migrants as migrants otherwise in need of protection, and because there is no specific legal provision. For example, Argentina has this provision in their migration legislation of considering broader aspects of migrants, of categories for immigrants that are not into the well-established categories in international and domestic law for migrants, such as economic migrants and refugees and, under the student visa perspective, etc. But they recognize them in a broader sense as people otherwise in need of protection. In other countries, just like Brazil and our 2017 migration legislation or migration law, we recognize them under the humanitarian concern spectrum. So they need to be protected because of humanitarian concerns. Of course, there's a huge gap between what the law says and what the practice shows us. And this is a discussion for another time, I think. But when we do recognize environment-induced migrants as a specific category under either international or domestic law, first, we're thinking of the legalization or the legal recognition that there is a group of people that need international and domestic protection because of certain situations that are out of their control. Environmental factors, natural environmental factors, anthropogenic factors, and the combination of both. We also seek for documentation to prove one's identity, to prove one's nationality when they're international migrants. And of course, the main purpose is the enjoyment, the recognition of the enjoyment of the human rights of those people fleeing disasters or fleeing illness that directly impacts their lives. So when we talk about the COVID-19, and I'm just about to finish, otherwise I won't stop. But when we think about the effects of the COVID pandemic on environment-induced migrants protection, we still don't have any protection and recognition under a binding instrument at the global level. We still have resistance of states to accept the entry and the protection of environment-induced migrants as any category of migrants. And because they're normally recognized as economic migrants, states can and will most times deport them or just not accept them at the entry points, at the borders, either by airplane, either they come in by airplane or territorial borders, or of course also if they're coming by ships. Anyways, so we have this perspective that under the current situation, under the pandemic, we don't have this recognition. States are literally using their the COVID-19 pandemic to stop, to halter the protection of lots of migrants, many categories of international migrants, especially forced migrants as asylum seekers, and of course environment-induced migrants. And it's not considered at first. They try not to make it look like it's illegal under international law, but of course it is. So many governments and many supposed world leaders say that they go to Twitter, go to Facebook, go to social media in general, go to TV saying that we're not letting people in because if they come from certain countries, they will, they worsen the pandemic. But at the same time, they accept tourists, just like the United States. Of course, you have to take the test, the RT PCR test 3 days before you try to come in the country, to get in the country. But countries like Brazil you don't need to show any tests, for example, in any kind of situation. But at the same time, Brazil is saying, oh, you cannot come from the territorial borders. You can come by plane and you don't need a test. You don't need to test negative for the virus, for COVID-19, unless you come from airplane. But if you come from a territorial border, you cannot come in any way. You cannot have access to the asylum procedures. So this is of course, there is a discriminatory policy there. Of course, there is a xenophobic policy there. And of course, on not recognizing environment-induced migrants only worsen the perspectives of the pandemic, because countries could still accept immigrants into their territory despite the pandemic. There are loads of possibilities, and of course they involve public policies and public efforts in the sense that quarantining and then testing and providing lodging, providing all sorts of things for immigrants when they first try to come to the country, either coming from the territorial borders or coming from an airplane. It doesn't matter how they get here or how they get to other countries. The thing is, if a country is willing to accept immigrants into its territory during a pandemic, it will make a way to do so. It will do so. But, and of course, there's a danger of spreading the COVID-19 virus. And the health issues and the health preoccupations are extremely valid. And of course, security reasons also are valid. I'm not saying that they're not, but if countries are willing to accept people, especially asylum seekers, especially forced migrants as environment-induced migrants, they make a way to do so. But now we only see countries that are using the pandemic as a means to keep denying their responsibility, their international responsibility, because they do not feel obliged to protect other people, not even their nationals many times, but they're not obliged to protect people because of this situation that we live in. And it is unlawful under international law, it is unlawful under domestic legislation, and I'm not saying that we have to wait and just accept. Of course, we have legal remedies, but sometimes the legal remedies will come way after the situation has passed, and way after the human rights of environmentally induced migrants or asylum seekers will be denied, will be violated. There are many other things I wanted to say. I had a script, but I didn't follow it. So, but anyways, I want to thank you. And if you need anything, just ask. And thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you for your amazing session.
Yes,
Dr.
very amazing. We are very happy, and we received a lot of messages telling that you have fantastic didactic, and some lawyers they are watching us, and they sent us a lot of messages telling that your lecture was amazing. So thank you. Angie?
We have a question. Yes. For Dr. Carolina. Dr. Carolina, how do you think the COVID-19 will impact migratory flow in Latin America?
You want to make other questions, or should I answer while you pose one question? It's up to you.
I think you can answer, and
Sure.
after we do next.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your question. So I believe that in Latin America, we will still have what we're having, the migration patterns we're having. Of course, because of the pandemic, some forms of migration, like labor migration, have not stopped, but they have diminished a bit because of the pandemic. And not if we're talking about online working, but yeah, in-person working, it has had some issues on not accept. Some countries have not been accepted migrants, economic migrants, even if they have their labor contracts valid because of the pandemic or during the pandemic. The same is happening with international students, and I'm not saying just in Latin America, but in Canada, for example. If you have a visa, a working visa, or if you have a student visa, and you try to reach Canada now during the COVID-19 pandemic, the immigration officer will tell you to go back to your country. And they will use the expression, we don't need you here during a pandemic. You can well work from home. You can well study from home. And that's what's happening in many countries. Of course, Canada has a very different political and legal perspective, luckily, on the human rights front towards migrants. It's not perfect, especially when you work closely with Canadians that analyze refugee claims, or NGOs or professors. I have lots of friends and colleagues that work in Canada or they are Canadians. And I always tell my students, oh, I used to think that Canada is a safe haven for refugees. And I have a friend from Toronto, from one of the top universities there. She said, yes, that's not what happens. That's what we want you to think. Our government wants you to think, but that's not what's happening. But for Latin America, my perception and what I've heard from colleagues in the field is that, and what we know from researches and from evidence and from facts, not from fake news and social media, but what we know for facts, is that the migration, either voluntary or forced, has not stopped, especially forced migration. So during the COVID pandemic, we have had many people using other routes to try to reach the countries of destination. And this is very concerning, because once you supposedly close the borders, once you impose security measures to halter immigration, you will not stop forced migration. You will only foster migrant smuggling, which is an international organized crime, because you need many, many people in different countries to literally organize this movement of persons across borders. The same thing happens when you think about organized crime for arms and drug trafficking and trafficking of arms and drugs, and people being smuggled into other countries, into other territories, has been increasing because of the pandemic, and especially because of restrictive immigration policies. And it has happened a lot in Latin America and many other countries. If we look at the European Union, we'll have at least a month of non-stop discussion about this topic at the EU level. And in Australia with the offshore detention centers, but also in Latin America. For example, Brazil now, as I mentioned to you, Brazil has a resolution, an interministerial resolution that has not accepted or has not allowed asylum seekers to initiate the asylum procedures. But people have not stopped coming. And I have lots of colleagues, and of course I know this from migrants themselves and from people from the public attorney's office, and a huge network we nowadays have for people working directly with migration and asylum, that people have not stopped coming, because they need to come. They need to save their lives from violence. They need to save their lives and of their loved ones from famine, or for many other reasons, from disasters. And what is happening is that people are getting more and more smuggled, and of course they're coming undocumented. If they are asylum seekers, they can apply for the asylum procedures at any time when they come to the country. They just need to go to the federal police's office in any city that they are, and in any city that they have an office for the federal police to start the proceedings. There are other problems there, but I won't have time to discuss that now. But anyways, we do have people coming, and in Latin America as a whole, we have people coming, but they are being undocumented because of restrictive immigration policies. And they have been smuggled. They have been more and more vulnerable under the migratory process. So since they leave the country of origin, if it's not the country of their nationality, or if it is, until they reach their final destination, they're more and more vulnerable to human rights violations of any kind.
Dr. Carolina, we received a lot of questions for you, but we had to select some questions. We are a little bit late on our schedule, but selected one more question for you. Angie, please.
Yes, our next question is how to be prepared to receive migrants in Brazil with the economic crisis that is happening.
Well, thank you for the question. I was just writing to you that you can directly the answers or refer to my email, to my institutional email, so I can answer the questions and keep talking about this and other issues. So we have not, Brazil has not prepared itself, to be really honest. I normally say that we have been learning a lot with immigration patterns since the Haitian immigration from Brazil to Brazil since 2010, because not exactly because of the earthquake, but that happened happened before, after the January 12, 2010 earthquake in Haiti. So when we see well, what I want to tell you is that we have Brazil has not been prepared to forced migration. It has learned a lot. It has learned a lot because of international cooperation and because of domestic cooperation. If you take, for example, the Haitian migration, the Syrian migration, Haitian migration since 2010, but the Syrian migration, especially from 2014, but especially 2015, and also, and 13, I'm sorry, and also the Venezuelan migration, that from 2015 on, we have a different pattern for the Brazilian government to deal with these three new patterns. They're not exactly new because we still don't have lots of immigrants in our territory, even if we count, even if we estimate the undocumented immigrants. We have around 0.3% of immigrants if we compare to our total population. And even though we didn't have the census this year, well, actually we had around 700,000 immigrants in Brazil. But the public perception is that, whoa, we have lots of immigrants, and many politicians are saying we have a wave of Venezuelan immigrants, we have a wave of this and that nationality. That's not true. That's not true. If you consider the whole population, if you consider the migration patterns, Brazil is not a destination country for many people, including the Venezuelans. It's not the first option. It was not the first option for Venezuelans. It was not the first option for Syrians. But the Brazilian government has done lots of mistakes since the Haitian migration. It has learned. It has built stronger institutions, or at least it has tried to in some cases, despite of the government. And I'm saying that with a heavy heart because this current government, despite what the president says about immigrants, it's not doing the worst. On the contrary, it has relied heavily on international cooperation. If we think about the Haitian immigration, we did not have any international organization working with Brazil, aside from the UNHCR, but then Haitians were not considered refugees for loads of political reasons, mainly. And with Syrians, we had some organizations, NGOs, local NGOs, international NGOs, and international organizations, and domestic institutions working towards migrants and asylum seekers. But now with the Venezuelan migration, we have lots and lots of people working with migration. We have the Norwegian Refugee Council that's working for the first time in Brazil because of the Venezuelan migration. We have the ICMPD, the International Center for Migration Policy Development, that has been working in Brazil since 2014 because of the Haitian migration. But we have the strength, we have strengthened the international cooperation on migration issues, and we have created lots of domestic channels, but we still rely heavily on what NGOs and the civil society does, including universities with health assistance, with legal assistance, with social assistance. But the government has learned a lot, between these three last different, as they say, migration patterns in Brazil. It's not ideal. The economic crisis has had an impact, for example, on the Haitian migration. Many Haitians left Brazil in 2015-16 to go to Chile or to other countries because they did not have jobs. They could not have any more economic gains and send remittances to Haiti, to their families in Haiti, because of the economic crisis in Brazil. But at some point they came back. And well, some did not come back, but at some point many of them came back. And that's happening with Venezuelans, that's happening with Syrians, that's happening with any migrant that is in Brazil, and with Brazilians as well. So it has had an impact on migration, yes, the economic crisis, the pandemic, the health crisis, and political situation has had, yes, an impact on migration patterns to Brazil. But nonetheless, Brazil has still been receiving immigrants, not that many as politicians want us to think about, because they don't even know the numbers, the official data. But yeah, we will be receiving asylum seekers and forced migrants, even if they're undocumented, because they won't stop coming, despite the pandemic and despite the economic crisis. Thank you.
Dr. Carolina, we are receiving a lot of questions. We don't have much time, but the last question is very interesting. I think a lawyer made it. Do you think that is necessary to improve the protection for workers internationally?
Yes, absolutely. We have the 1990 Migrant Workers Convention for the protection of migrant workers and their families that is in force since 2003, but only countries that are countries of origin of economic migrants have ratified or signed the convention. And no developing country, no receiving country of economic migrants or immigrant workers has ratified or even signed the convention. And this is the case of Brazil. We have signed, but it's there lying in Congress for, I don't know, 30 years now. Yeah, 30 years. That's shameful, to say the least. And of course, we need to strengthen not only with the convention, we not only accepting the 1990 UN Convention on Migrant Workers, but also with domestic legislation. The Article 5 of our Constitution says in its preamble that it is the rights for Brazilians and immigrants are equal upon the law. It's very beautiful. But that's not what happens. That's not what happens between us Brazilians because of the color of our skin, because of the region of the country we come from, because what we look like, because how we speak, and because of our educational background. So that's not what happens in practice when you look at the social perspective of the law. It's very beautiful upon the letter of the law, but it's not, there's no efficiency in the many legal provisions. And our immigration law from 2017 is meant to be upon the human rights of migrants with many categories. It did not recognize directly environmental justice migrants, but it poses them as in a broader protection for humanitarian concerns. It protects as immigrants that come here to apply or use any sort of medical system, either a private medical system or public, but most private medical assistance. And it was meant to be a wonderful law. It was meant to be, it's still much better than what we have before the statute of the alien, because we considered immigrants, foreigners as aliens, as, well, people from anywhere. We had a discrimination in the way we addressed immigrants. So the migration law has a human rights perspective, but the decree that enabled this law to to happen or to function is very restrictive. And there are some bills in Congress trying to get back to that security perspective that used to have in the Alien Statute. I hope that will not prevail. We need to see the results of the elections and the presidential election in a few years, but also the governors and the local elections. But at the same time, we need to strengthen not only the migration law, our migration law, but also our law on labor, of course, for Brazilians and for immigrants. And also something that's really, really important and people don't necessarily remember to talk about is the recognition of diplomas from foreign countries. Because many people come to Brazil. You take, for example, Venezuelans that have a high education rate. They end up working in different areas. They don't work in their areas of expertise because they cannot get their diplomas recognized. Not even us Brazilians, if you take a course outside of Brazil, you have to pay 2,000 reais and you have to notarize everything. You have to translate. There's an official translator, and it's a lot of money for anyone. And if we talk about vulnerable immigrants, that were forced and vulnerable, you have lots of other problems surrounding the topic. So we need to tackle this issue of recognition of diplomas that were issued in any other country other than Brazil. And not only the diplomas, because we have a reserved domain on labor. Actually, it is discussions and everything that people working with migration have long noticed that we don't recognize as many diplomas as we should have, because there's a perspective of reserved domain for labor in Brazil. And well, it's a wrong perspective, but who am I to say that? But yeah, it is a wrong perspective if you look at other countries and if you look at data specifically. So yes, there's a lot to deal with on the labor perspective for immigrants in Brazil, for Brazilians as well. And we're a long way forward to the full enjoyment of the rights of the Brazilian people and of immigrants under the Constitution.
Thank you so much, Dr. Carolina. It was a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you.
And now we are going to follow with our schedule. Angie, please.
Thank you, Dr. Carolina. Yes, our next speaker is Dr. Jessica Zambrano. She's a surgeon, graduated from Universidad Centro Occidental Lisandro Alvarado, UCLA. She had various experiences of work in the medical area within them: traumatology and ozone therapy service, adult emergency service, rural outpatient type 1 Santa Ynez, pediatric, adult and gynec obstetric emergency medicine, medicine in the urban environment, urban ambulatory type 1 of San Francisco. We will see the recorded lecture titled Migration and the Impact on Population Health, My Experience in Venezuela.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Jessica Zambrano, soy venezolana, médico formada en el año 2014 en la Universidad Centro Occidental Lisandro Alvarado, UCLA, ubicada en la ciudad de Barquisimeto, estado Lara, específicamente en la región centro-occidental del país. Vivo en Brasil desde el año 2017 debido a la situación difícil que está atravesando mi país, una crisis política, económica, social y cultural de la cual me vi afectada y me llevó a buscar mejores condiciones de vida en otro lugar. Tengo un hijo de nacionalidad brasilera, tiene 2 años de edad, y actualmente estamos en Venezuela debido a que tuve que venir para realizar una serie de trámites importantes, trámites académicos necesarios para realizar la reválida en Brasil, y así aprovechar pues de presentarle a mi hijo, mi familia. Antes de profundizar en el tema, me gustaría primero agradecer a Luisa Teixeira y al doctor Marconi por la invitación que me dio, por haberme dado la oportunidad de compartir con ustedes en este espacio durante este tiempo para hablar de migración y el impacto en la salud de la población. Pero, ¿qué es migración? No es más que el desplazamiento de los individuos de un lugar donde es originario a través de un espacio geográfico hacia otro lugar destino. Recordando un poco de la historia, tenemos que Grecia y Roma en la antigüedad organizaban grandes flujos migratorios para posteriormente realizar o organizar colonias e incentivar al comercio de la metrópolis, expandir el comercio de la metrópolis, ya que este era su principal medio de subsistencia. Al igual que con el descubrimiento de América de Cristóbal Colón, muchísimos individuos viajaron o se trasladaron desde Europa hacia este llamado Nuevo Mundo. Desde el siglo XX hasta el actual siglo, hasta la actualidad, y con los avances de la tecnología, los avances de la comunicación, del transporte, como los automóviles, barcos, aviones, entre otros, se ha visto un desplazamiento de forma masiva a nivel global, y todo esto posible por lo descrito anteriormente. Ahora bien, ¿cuáles son las causas de las migraciones? Existen muchos factores para determinar lo que conlleva a una migración. Sin embargo, particularmente me gusta organizarlas o sí, determinarlas por 2 factores. Uno, los factores de expulsión y los factores de atracción. Los factores de expulsión son todos aquellos que empujan a las personas a buscar, digamos, mejores condiciones o a salir, mejor dicho, de ese país o de esa región de que es originario hacia otro lugar de su país destino. Por ejemplo, tenemos ejemplos de factores de expulsión: las guerras que se viven en los países, situaciones económicas deficientes, desastres medioambientales, persecuciones políticas, entre otros. Y los factores de atracción, como su palabra lo dice, son todos esos factores que llaman la atención de las personas y que lo impulsan a buscar ese factor en ese país destino. Dentro de esto podemos tener mejores salarios, un factor de atracción, mejores salarios, países donde pues exista la democracia o países donde vivan en paz, mejores condiciones socioeconómicas, entre otras. Particularmente, dentro de los factores de expulsión que me llevaron a tomar la decisión de salir de Venezuela, tenemos la crisis, como ya lo nombré anteriormente de forma grande, la crisis política, económica, social y cultural, la cual inicia en el año de 1999 con el gobierno del presidente Hugo Rafael Chávez Fría hasta el año 2013, cuando él fallece, pero continúa su mandato el presidente actual de Venezuela, que es Nicolás Maduro. A cargo de esta presidencia comienza la crisis, la peor crisis vivida en la historia de Venezuela, lo que se ve reflejado en una hiperinflación y devaluación de la moneda venezolana, sumándole un índice mayor o niveles mayor de pobreza, de delincuencia, secuestros, Aparte, deficiencia en el sector de educación, el sector de salud, escasez de recursos básicos y necesarios como lo son los alimentos, escasez de servicios de agua, escasez de servicios de luz, de electricidad, el cual se ha visto muy afectado últimamente Venezuela, específicamente desde la crisis energética del 2003. Esto ocurre por una mala organización y una falta de mantenimiento del sector hidroeléctrico por parte del sistema gubernamental, lo que conlleva a largas horas de cortes de servicio de electricidad y de agua. Esto es algo que vivimos todos los venezolanos a diario. Alrededor de 3 hasta 6 horas diarias nos vemos obligados a no presentar servicio de luz. Sin previo aviso, no es algo planificado, podemos estar realizando cualquier cosa en nuestro hogar y nos quedamos sin servicio de electricidad y de agua. Hubo un caso muy particular que ocurrió el año pasado, específicamente en marzo del 2019, donde Venezuela quedó a oscuras durante 7 días consecutivos, debido a esa mala organización y a la falta de mantenimiento a nivel del sistema hidroeléctrico, conllevando a ese corte del sistema de electricidad durante todo ese periodo de tiempo, 7 días específicamente. Además de esto, tenemos la escasez a nivel de salud de medicamentos e insumos médicos, desde lo más básico como un paracetamol hasta algo un poco más complejo como esos medicamentos utilizados en enfermedades crónicas tipo asma, diabetes mellitus, enfermedad de Parkinson, de Alzheimer, o hasta las personas que necesitan realizarse tratamientos de quimioterapia, tratamientos de diálisis de forma semanal, que no contamos en el país con esos fármacos necesarios por la misma deficiencia a nivel del sector salud. Sumándole todo esto, como ya dije anteriormente, la falta de vacunas a nivel del sector público. En el sector privado contamos con algunas vacunas, sin embargo, el costo de ellas es muy alto y no todas las personas tienen la capacidad monetaria, pues, de responder a esta. Todos estos factores fueron los que me impulsaron a mí a tomar la decisión de salir de Venezuela, además de los bajos salarios que percibimos todos los profesionales, no solamente en el área de salud, también en el área de educación. Tenemos médicos, enfermeras, abogados, educadores, todo el personal o todas las personas en Venezuela nos vemos afectados por los salarios tan bajos que solamente alcanzan para cubrir las necesidades básicas como lo es la alimentación, el cual también está afectado por la misma escasez de alimentos que se ha venido presentando a lo largo de los años. Todo esto como responsabilidad de la mala administración a nivel del gobierno, pero que ellos como tal no se responsabilizan del mismo. Como ya lo dije, todos estos factores, caracterizados como factores de expulsión, fueron mis motivos para salir de Venezuela, y no queda muy lejos de la realidad que también son motivos de muchísimos venezolanos que tomaron la decisión de salir del país. Venezolanos por yo ser venezolana, pero la migración es algo, como ya lo dije, que está a nivel global. Ahora bien, vamos a entrar en materia, en la parte de salud, que me gustaría enfocarlo, como ya lo dije, desde el punto de vista del migrante cuando decide salir de su país, el momento en que se desplaza o ese traslado de su origen, su país de origen al país destino, y una vez que llega a su país destino. La Organización Mundial de la Salud define la palabra salud como el estado de mayor bienestar físico, mental y social de un individuo, y no solamente como la ausencia de alguna afección o enfermedad. Viéndolo así, y recordando los factores de expulsión que les nombré anteriormente, tenemos que todos esos factores influyen o repercuten en la salud del individuo. En mi caso, me vi afectada desde el punto de vista físico y emocional. Presenté en varias oportunidades cefaleas intensas, además de eso, contracciones musculares generalizadas, y se enfocó más en la parte de la región cervical. Además, presenté ciertos cuadros de depresión que gracias a Dios no llegaron a ser mayores, pero me di cuenta, me vi afectada, y por eso, sumándole todo lo anteriormente hablado, decidí salir del país. Hablo personalmente, sin embargo, es algo que estoy segura que afecta a todos los migrantes, y por eso la decisión de dejar su país de origen. En mi caso tuve la oportunidad de planificar la salida y conté con el apoyo de mis familiares para hacerlo vía aérea. Cuento con mis documentos de identificación al día, mi pasaporte, bueno, para ese entonces, actualmente no, ya entró en proceso de vencimiento. Para ese entonces conté, como les dije, con el apoyo de mi familia, y además tenía una persona que me estaba esperando en Brasil, que es mi hermano. Él para ese entonces tenía 9 años viviendo allá, estaba un poco más estable, y pude llegar a un hogar, con una persona que más que familiar, o sea, es mi hermano, y eso en cierto modo pues me daba un nivel de tranquilidad en todos los sentidos. A diferencia de muchas personas que salen de forma forzada y no planificada, eso crea mucha incertidumbre, mucha preocupación, los niveles de estrés y hasta de depresión pues aumentan muchísimo, porque no saben qué es lo que va a suceder. En el momento del traslado del país origen al país destino ocurren muchas cosas. Como ya lo dije, si es planificado, pues el viaje va a ser un poco más tranquilo, menos peligroso, y el cansancio va a ser menor. A diferencia de si no es planificado y, por ejemplo, es vía terrestre, lo primero es salir, en mi caso, salir de Venezuela sería pasar una frontera a pie. Luego comenzar a pagar o a realizar las pagas necesarias del el medio de transporte hacia el país donde te vas a dirigir. Todo esto sumándole no contar probablemente con los recursos económicos necesarios para comprar el alimento o alimentarnos de forma adecuada, ya que estamos en la calle, en un viaje. Contar con un sistema, digamos, un sanitario donde podamos pues tomar un baño, cepillarnos los dientes, lavarnos la cara, porque es difícil. Aparte, si tienes alguna patología de base, cualquier enfermedad, diabetes, hipertensión, saber que tienes un recorrido largo donde probablemente debes permanecer muchísimas horas sentado en un medio de transporte, o parado, o caminar largos kilómetros. Además de esto, pues el cansancio de no dormir bien, porque son horas, no solamente horas, de viaje, sino días de viaje, dependiendo del país que vas a tomar como destino. Luego, llegar a tu país, al país destino, al país que decidiste, y conseguir con que es una cultura totalmente diferente. Dentro de la cultura pues entraría lo que es alimentación diferente, un idioma probablemente diferente, dejar a tu familia, dejar a tus amistades, todo eso sumándolo a que debo conseguir un trabajo, debo conseguir una vivienda donde vivir en este país, debo adaptarme a la nueva moneda de este país, saber si voy a contar con medicamentos o si durante todo el viaje pues llego y presento, por ejemplo, una cefalea, saber dónde voy a conseguir un medicamento, tengo farmacia cerca o hay medicamentos, todas esas cosas, esa incertidumbre, ese estrés, esa preocupación, pues se va a reflejar en la salud del migrante. Son muchísimos factores, de verdad, los cuales repercuten. Sin embargo, pues, como ya lo dije anteriormente, haciéndolo de forma planificada, pues se hace un poco más tranquilo y llevadero. Sin embargo, no todos cuentan con esa bendición de poder hacerlo de forma planificada. Cuando llegué a Brasil, realmente conocí el sistema de salud, ya que como dije anteriormente tengo un hijo y mi parto fue atendido allá. El sistema de salud para mí en Brasil está muy organizado y es completo, muy completo. No me faltó absolutamente nada en ninguna de las etapas, tanto del embarazo como del parto y el posparto. De verdad que por ese lado pues sé que está siendo bien resuelta la parte de la salud allá como tal. Tiene su sistema de salud público, su sistema de salud privado y ya depende de cada uno pues lo que podamos y si podemos costear una parte privada pues perfecto. Si no, igualmente el sistema de salud público es muy organizado, como ya lo dije, porque tuve la oportunidad de atenderme ahí. Quiero antes de culminar esta conversación, me gustaría hacerle un llamado a todos las personas. Me gustaría sentir o decirles que por favor sensibilícense un poco, si pueden y si está a su alcance, sensibilizarse con los migrantes. Todo esto es un proceso largo, es un proceso difícil, es una decisión primeramente difícil de tomar, como dije, si se te da la oportunidad, porque cuando es de forma forzada no se te da la oportunidad de pensar, de planificar ni de nada. Son momentos difíciles que vivimos los migrantes desde el momento de salir, traslado y la llegada, la adaptación a un país nuevo, donde es totalmente diferente desde la forma de hablar, la forma de expresarse, la alimentación, el idioma, y la adaptación también se hace un poco difícil, al punto de que también se ve afectada la parte emocional, la parte psicológica. Sensibilicémonos un poco más con esas personas que lastimosamente se vieron obligadas a dejar su país de origen en busca de mejores condiciones de vida. Son momentos difíciles, son situaciones difíciles, pero que estoy segura que todos queremos algo mejor, con esfuerzo, con trabajo, con dedicación, con mucho amor, y que estoy segura que todos lo estamos haciendo de esa forma. Apoyémoslo, digámosle bienvenido, démosle la mano, démosle por lo menos un bienvenido a tu país, bienvenido a este país, tu nuevo país. Me gustaría de verdad sensibilizarnos un poco con eso, porque es un proceso largo y es un proceso no tan fácil, pero digamos que también es un proceso bonito. Me ha gustado muchísimo estar en Brasil, vivir en Brasil. De verdad que me siento totalmente abrazada por todos los brasileros y pues nada, para culminar también me gustaría nuevamente agradecerle a Luisa Teixeira por la invitación y al doctor Marconi. Muchísimas gracias, de verdad. Les dejo mi Instagram, mi teléfono y mi correo electrónico por si quieren pues hablar en otra oportunidad y compartir conmigo cualquier experiencia en relación a las migraciones y al sistema de salud. Muchísimas gracias, de verdad. Me despido de todos ustedes. Un fuerte abrazo. Chaito.
Dora, Jessica, thank you. We appreciated a lot your video. Thank you so much for sharing your experience of your experience in this process of migration. So thank you so much for sharing with us. Angie, now we are going to present the works.
Yes. Yes, Dr. Marconi. Now we have this first presentation from Larissa Toloi Migaran. It's titled Diabetes and its biggest susceptibility to the serious forms of COVID-19.
Oi, meu nome é Larissa Toloi Migaran, sou acadêmica do 8º período de Medicina da Universidade do Brasil, do campus de Fernandópolis, no interior de São Paulo. O tema do meu trabalho é diabetes e sua maior suscetibilidade às formas graves da Covid-19. Ele foi desenvolvido em parceria com os coautores Luiz Felipe Toloi Migaran, acadêmico do 4º período de Medicina, também da Universidade do Brasil, e com Thalita Costa Barbosa, também acadêmica do 8º período de Medicina da Universidade do Brasil. A orientação desse trabalho foi realizada por Luciano de Siqueira Brassi Júnior, médico da Estratégia da Saúde da Família, no município de Planalto, São Paulo, e graduado pela Universidade Federal do Mato Grosso do Sul, campus Campo Grande. No contexto atual, o tema trouxe bastante relevância, proporcionando conhecimento acerca dele e ao que se refere a ele. Então, Covid-19 é o nome da doença que é causada pelas novas cepas de coronavírus, conhecido como SARS-CoV-2. Embora ainda há muita coisa a se investigar diante dessa patologia, visto que a mesma é um desafio de escala mundial. A Organização Mundial da Saúde definiu alguns grupos de risco com chances de evolução para as formas mais graves dessa pandemia mundial. Dentro desse grupo, inclui portadores de doenças pulmonares, hipertensos, idosos, principalmente maiores de 60 anos, cardiopatas, pacientes oncológicos, diabéticos e entre outros portadores de comorbidades. No que tange aos portadores de diabetes mellitus, a Sociedade Brasileira de Diabetes, em 2020, publicou um estudo no qual observou que as formas mais graves da Covid-19 nesses pacientes está intimamente relacionada a uma história de glicemia elevada, do mau controle metabólico bastante comum, principalmente no contexto da síndrome metabólica, além da presença de complicações micro ou macrovasculares resultantes dessa doença, e também doenças concomitantes. Também notou-se essa evolução crítica mais comumente nos idosos com mais de 60 anos.
Os materiais e métodos utilizados foram análise da literatura científica atual, utilizando as bases de dados PubMed, Cielo e Lilacs. Foram selecionados artigos atuais publicados desde março de 2020, quando a pandemia da Covid-19 tornou-se mais notável no contexto mundial. Os critérios de busca foram os descritores: diabetes mellitus, coronavírus e mortality. Os artigos pesquisados foram na língua portuguesa, inglesa e chinesa. Foram incluídos os artigos que associavam as patologias diabetes e Covid-19, excluídos os que relacionavam a diabetes com outras doenças virais. Foram selecionados para essa revisão aqueles artigos que falavam da associação de evolução para as formas mais graves quando o paciente era portador da doença crônica que atinge níveis mundiais, a diabetes. Os resultados foram que, mesmo não havendo uma clara definição acerca da fisiopatologia da Covid-19, alguns estudos, como o realizado por Kumar e colaboradores em 2020, comprovou que a taxa de mortalidade nos pacientes do presente estudo foi de 1,9, sendo a mesma muito significativa. Outro estudo, realizado por Zhou em 2020, acerca do crescente número de óbitos pela pandemia atual nos hospitais, estão associados a idades avançadas, falhas orgânicas, tal qual como a diabetes e outras patologias, e também um dímero D maior que 1 micrograma por ml na admissão do paciente. Esse valor do dímero D foi associado à alta mortalidade e à hipercoagulabilidade, além da ocorrência de uma coagulação intravascular disseminada, podendo 71,4% dos pacientes evoluírem para óbito. Alguns sítios de infecção e de mais prováveis complicações pelo SARS-CoV-2 em pacientes diabéticos, como demonstra a imagem. Há uma forte relação com os receptores de angiotensina 2, visto que os locais onde eles são mais expressados sofrem maiores efeitos do vírus. Entre esses locais, podemos notar a mucosa nasal e oral, os pulmões e as ilhotas pancreáticas. Também acredita-se que os pacientes diabéticos, por sua vez, já possuem uma expressão aumentada desses receptores, favorecendo, no entanto, as complicações. Há algumas pesquisas que acreditam que há uma ligação endócrina entre o SARS-CoV-2 e seu receptor pancreático, fazendo com que haja lesão das células das ilhotas produtoras de insulina, como mostrada na figura, reduzindo então a produção desse hormônio. Outra relação que acredita-se que possa também ser uma das fisiopatologias que explicam a evolução para as formas mais graves da Covid-19 em pacientes diabéticos é a hiperglicemia crônica, visto que essa pode danificar diversos órgãos vitais, como o pulmão, que já sofre influência direta do SARS-CoV-2, A entrada desses vírus nas células humanas se dá pela proteína spike do vírus, se ligando com o receptor AC2. Relação que já foi mostrada em outros vírus, como o primeiro coronavírus. Portanto, embora haja lacunas no que se refere ao novo coronavírus, pacientes diabéticos são mais suscetíveis às formas mais graves dessa patologia viral. Também foi observado números aumentados de internações e mortalidade, quando ambas patologias se relacionavam. Assim, embora não haja um tratamento cientificamente comprovado para a Covid-19, é de extrema importância que os pacientes portadores de diabetes mellitus e infectados pelo novo coronavírus não deixem de monitorarem sua glicemia, ajustar os medicamentos utilizados, pois a importância deles não é só de prevenir as complicações momentaneamente, e sim em todo o contexto da diabetes. Outras medidas bastante importantes que devem ser preconizadas no contexto da diabetes são as mudanças no estilo de vida, adquirindo hábitos alimentares saudáveis, praticando atividade física regularmente, perdendo peso quando é excesso, entre outras mudanças que são eficazes no controle metabólico desses pacientes. Obrigado pela atenção.
Now I realized that me and Angie, we have the same family name, but my is Reis in Portuguese version and your is Reyes in Spanish version. Maybe we are cousins. Now we have another work.
Yes, Dr. Marconi, we have another presentation of Thalita Costa Barbosa, and the title is Analysis of the Prevalence of Mortality from Tuberculosis in Diverse Regions of Brazil according to DataSUS.
Olá, meu nome é Thalita, sou estudante do curso de Medicina da Universidade Brasil. Eu, o Lindenberg e Larissa, também discentes do curso de Medicina, juntamente com a supervisão do médico Dr. Luciano, elaboramos este trabalho intitulado Análise sobre a prevalência de mortalidade por tuberculose nas diversas regiões do Brasil, de acordo com o DataSUS. A tuberculose é definida como uma doença bacteriana, causada por uma bactéria, Mycobacterium tuberculosis, também chamada de bacilo de Koch. Afeta o pulmão, mas pode atingir outros órgãos do corpo humano, dependendo de sua gravidade. Muitas pessoas podem servir de incubadoras para o bacilo de Koch, mesmo que não tenham os sintomas causados pela tuberculose. Aproximadamente 70 mil brasileiros são diagnosticados com tuberculose a cada ano. Ela é uma doença que representa um grande problema de saúde pública e é considerada uma das doenças negligenciadas no Brasil. Além disso, esta é uma das causas de morte entre as doenças transmissíveis entre os adultos. A sua prevalência é considerada alta e está associada ao grande potencial de disseminação. Com isso, fez com que seja classificada como uma condição emergente, principalmente nos países pobres. E, de acordo com as altas taxas apresentadas pelos estudos, pode-se inferir que, entre os motivos de tal situação, pode-se destacar a relação da tuberculose com a pobreza e a exclusão social. Essas questões são bem centrais em relação à vulnerabilidade ao adoecimento. Os fatores de risco para a tuberculose são diabetes, tabagismo, álcool e uso de outras drogas. Aqui tem-se uma imagem representativa de como seria um raio-x de um paciente com tuberculose. Esta imagem é de um estudo, é de um artigo disponível de uma base de dados. A radiografia, ela revela múltiplos nódulos calcificados associados a linfonodos também calcificados. Na imagem à direita, podemos perceber quais são as manifestações clínicas que acometem os pacientes com tuberculose, que são febre, emagrecimento, astenia, sudorese noturna, adenomegalia, tosse com expectoração, dispneia, tosse sem expectoração, dor abdominal, ascite, dor torácica. Na imagem superior, tem-se quais os fatores que podem influenciar a efetividade para o tratamento da tuberculose. Estas estão relacionadas ao paciente ou relacionadas ao bacilo e à apresentação da doença, relacionados ao atendimento e relacionados ao tratamento. Na imagem inferior, tem um folder elaborado pelos órgãos de saúde do Brasil, o qual enfatizam o Dia Mundial do Combate à Tuberculose, que é no dia 24 de março. Tal publicação faz também um alerta acerca da suscetibilidade ao Covid-19, o qual constitui um fator de risco para o desenvolvimento dos quadros mais graves relacionados ao vírus. Com isso, surgiu-se o interesse em analisar acerca da prevalência de óbitos por tuberculose respiratória em relação às diversas regiões do Brasil, para o entendimento dessa doença. Com isso, realizou-se uma pesquisa documental. Utilizou-se os dados estatísticos do Banco de Dados do Departamento de Informática do Sistema Único de Saúde, DataSUS, do período de 2014 a 2018, utilizando os filtros tuberculose respiratória, região norte, nordeste, sul, sudeste e centro-oeste. Além disso, utilizou-se de artigos disponíveis nas bases de dados, utilizando-se dos descritores tuberculose, mortalidade epidemiologia para a pesquisa dos artigos para embasamento teórico. A partir dos dados coletados, pode-se perceber que as regiões que apresentaram maiores incidências foram a região Sudeste, seguida da região Nordeste, dentro do período de 2014 a 2018. O número total de casos foram de 20.664. Dessa forma, a porcentagem de óbitos representativa da região Sudeste foi de 42,96% do total de óbito de todo o período. Na região Nordeste, foi de 32,72%, o restante correspondente a 24,36% representa as regiões Norte, Sul, Nordeste. Aqui temos a representação gráfica dos dados apresentados anteriormente. Podemos perceber maiores números na região Sudeste, seguida da região Nordeste. E assim, de acordo com os resultados apresentados, conclui-se que a maior incidência de casos é na região Sudeste, seguida da região Nordeste. Tal fato pode estar intimamente relacionado aos fatores de risco e formas de prevenção. Com isso, faz-se importante realizar a educação em saúde para que possa orientar acerca da tuberculose, além da elaboração de políticas públicas para melhorar a condição socioeconômica da população. Essas são as referências. Este é o meu contato. Estou à disposição. Obrigado.
Now we are in the last part of our Congress, and we are very happy to have two experts here to talk about the COVID-19. And we are going to listen to Dr. Koval and Dr. Luis Cuellar, and Angie will present the next speaker. And
yes,
after
Doctor.
that, we are going to do the discussion section.
Well, to start
My cousin Angie.
Cousin yes, Angie. Yeah. My cousin.
We discovered it just right now.
Thank you, Dr. Marconi. Well, to start our next block about epidemics, I'd like to invite Dr. Luis Ernesto Cuellar Ponce de Leon. He is an infectologist and clinical epidemiologist at Infectious Disease Service of Instituto Nacional de Enfermedades Neoplásicas in Lima, Peru. He is also a professor of medicine at Universidad Nacional Federico Villarreal and researcher at Registro Nacional de Ciencia, Tecnología y de Innovación Tecnológica. He is also past president of Sociedad Peruana de Enfermedades Infecciosas y Tropicales. Welcome, Dr. Cuellar. He is today going to give us a lecture called Epidemics, Emerging Infectious Diseases. Dr. Cuellar, welcome.
Welcome. Bienvenido. Es un placer tenerte aquí con nosotros.
Greeting from Peru. Gracias. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy with the opportunity. And let's start with the presentation. 20 minutes, okay? Epidemic emerging infectious disease. Okay, the agenda, introduction, global burden of infectious diseases, emerging and re-emerging, neglected tropical diseases, technological advances, and One Health. Microbial threats to human health have existed for thousands of years. In the past, infectious disease present some of the most defining changes of human existence. Great pandemics and local epidemics has influenced wars and the fate of countries and empires. For example, HIV epidemic in some African countries. Infectious diseases have long been associated with poverty. More than 1,400 species of pathogens cause diseases in humans. With global effort, we have eradicated just one, smallpox, but have made significant progress controlling many others. However, microbial threats continue to emerge and re-emerge. In the world, have infectious disease become negligible? Outbreaks and epidemic will continue to grab headlines. It has been about 100 years since the Spanish influenza pandemic of 1918-1919 that killed an estimated 50 million individuals globally. While we have made remarkable progress in reducing infection-related mortality, infection still account for 13 to 15 million deaths annually. This estimate is projected to remain unchanged until 2050. About 15 million, more than 25% of 57 million annual deaths worldwide are estimated to be related directly to infectious diseases. The data does not include the additional millions of deaths that occur as a consequence of past infection. For example, streptococcal rheumatic heart disease, or because of complications associated with chronic infections, such as liver failure and hepatocellular carcinoma in people infected with hepatitis B or C viruses. The burden of morbidity, ill health, and mortality associated with infectious disease falls most heavily on people in developing countries, and particularly on infants and children. About 3 million children die each year from malaria and diarrhea disease alone. In developed nations, infectious disease mortality disproportionately affect indigenous and disadvantaged minorities. What about emerging and re-emerging infections? The Institute of Medicine, now called Health and Medicine Division at the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering and Medicine in the United States of America, published a landmark report entitled Emerging Infections, Microbial Threats to Health in January 1992, and brought global attention to the ongoing threat of infection to human health. Emerging infections can be defined as infections that have newly appeared in a population or have existed previously, but are rapidly increasing in incidence or geographic range. You can see global examples of emerging and re-emerging infectious disease. South America, very important, hantavirus, pulmonary syndrome, dengue, yellow fever, etc. The classification of emerging infection as newly emerging, re-emerging, or researching, or deliberately emerging is useful because the underlying causes of emergence and the optimal prevention or control response frequently differ between the groups. Newly emerging infections are those that have not previously been recognized in man. Many diverse factors contribute to their emergence. Microbial genetic mutation and viral genetic recombination or reassortment, changes in population or reservoir host or intermediate insect vectors, microbial switching from animal to human host, human behavior changes, notably human movement and urbanization, and environmental factors. The numerous microbial, host, and environmental factors interact to create opportunity for infection agents to evolve into new ecological niches, reach and adapt to new hosts, and spread more easily between them. Re-emerging and researching infections are those that exist in the past but are now rapidly increasing either in incidence or in geographic or human host range. Re-emergence is caused by some of the factors that cause newly emerging infectious diseases, such as microbial evolutionary vigor, zoonotic encounters, and environmental encroachment. Re-emergers, or at least cyclical resurgence of some diseases, may also be climate-related. Deliberately emerging infections are those that have been developed by man, usually for nefarious use. The term deliberately emerging refers to both naturally occurring microbial agents such as anthrax and to bioengineered microorganisms such as those created by the insertion of genetic virulence factors that produce or exacerbate disease. Deliberated emerging microbes include microorganisms or toxins produced in a form that will cause maximal harm because of ease of dissemination, enhanced infectivity, or heightened pathogenicity. You can see the CDC list of emerging or re-emerging pathogens or disease. No? Which are the main factors involved in the emergence of infection disease? Microbial adaptation and change, human susceptibility to infection, climate and weather, changing ecosystems, human demographic and behavior, economic development, and land use, etc., etc. Emerging and re-emerging infection. There are many drivers of emerging and re-emerging infections. This can be broadly categorized into microbial factors, human host factors, environmental factors, others. Microbial factors, genetic adaptation of the microbe may allow it to infect a different host or result in the development of antimicrobial resistance. Human host factors that drive emerging and re-emerging infections, including individuals with increased susceptibility to infection, such as those who are immunocompromised and the elderly, and individuals with occupational exposure. Spread within healthcare facility, human migration and lifestyle issues, including travel for business or leisure, are also implicated. Environment host factors include increasing population density, climate change, impacting vector habitat and population, change in land use and development, international trade, changing ecosystems, and changing animal population. The issues of climate warming and environmental perturbation are also critical factors in emerging infectious disease. Climate change will increase exposure to Aedes-borne viruses and the risk of the resurgence to dengue, chikungunya, and Zika infections. Others, wars, famines, poverty are also other external factors that can impact on emergency and re-emergency infections. Demographic change in the next 10 to 20 years will have a major impact on infectious disease. The global demographic trend worthy of note are increase in the elderly population, increase in the number of immunocompromised patients, increase in the migrant population, especially refugees and asylum seekers. Demographic changes globally, the elderly, defining as those above 65, is expected to reach 2.1 billion in 2050. With multiple comorbidities and immunodeficiencies, they have a higher risk of acquiring infections, and the diseases resulting from the indirect infections are often more severe. Recovery will often be slow and incomplete, resulting in physical conditioning, impairment of activities of daily living, and loss of independence. Advances in medicine have improved the survival of patients with cancer, organ failure, and autoimmune disease. This patient population will continue to grow, but their immunocompromised state puts them at higher risk for infection. The clinical course of some malignant disease, once thought to be fatal, is being transformed by new therapeutic approaches. The entry of a migrant population may significantly change a previously stable incident infection rate. Outbreaks are more likely confined to the migrant communities. One point to note is that the migrant population is heterogeneous, and the infection they carry or suffer from can vary considerably between students, skilled and unskilled workers, and refugees. The disease epidemiology of the country of origin will help to determine the type of screening that the migrants should undergo. In December 2015, the WHO led a panel of experts and published a priority list, the 8 pathogens that were expected to cause severe outbreaks in the future. There were Ebola, Marburg, Lassa, Rift Valley, Crimean Congo, Nipah, MERS-CoV, and SARS-CoV. The priority pathogens are all viruses and are zoonoses. This list will be reviewed annually in response to any new threat that emerge. Now, SARS-CoV-2. Clearly, we need to pay greater attention to the threat of zoonotic infections. You can see the major recent global acute virus outbreaks. SARS-CoV-2, the great problem. You can see figures about Ebola and dengue. Now you can see the electron micrograph of Zika virus and the Aedes aegypti, the main vector of dengue. Don't forget neglected tropical disease agents produce emergence and reemergence these infections. Technological advances have made a huge impact in the way we work, live, and interact with each other. Technology has been a major force in the evolution of healthcare. In the context of infectious disease, we highlight the following: the evolution in microbiological diagnosis, especially in hard-to-culture infections; novel advances in therapeutics, data mining, and artificial intelligence. Very important, molecular tests and whole genome sequences, very important. Finally, the concept of One Health is a collaborative and inclusive effort involving human health, animal health, and the environment. The main international institutions are working together to combat these diseases. It's very important to know criteria and requirements for disease elimination and eradication of this type of diseases. There exist biological criteria, but also social and political criteria. And I hope to get many vaccines cheap and good for population. Thanks. Obrigado. Gracias.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cuellar. And now we are going to present the next speaker, Dr. Koval. After Dr. Koval lecture, we are going to do the discussion section about epidemics. Angie, could you introduce Dr. Koval? It's a pleasure to have Dr. Koval here with us, sharing your knowledge, and we are going to learn a lot from you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Marconi. Thank you, Dr. Cuellar, for your amazing presentation. And now we have our second speaker, who is Dr. Tatiana Koval. She is a medical doctor, PhD, professor and head of the Department of Infectious Diseases and Epidemiology in Ukraine Medical Stomatological Academy in Poltava, Ukraine. She is a consultant in Poltava Regional HIV/AIDS Center. In recent years, she is actively involved as consultant in regional infectious hospital for treatment patients with COVID-19, principal investigator in clinical trials. And now she will give us a lecture called COVID-19, New Challenges in Diagnosis and Treatment. Welcome, Dr. Tatiana Koval.
Dr. Tatiana, I think your audio is not working. Not yet.
I can't listen.
I can't listen. I think, Dr. Koval, there is maybe your volume.
Yes, maybe the volume.
On your computer.
Or maybe headphones. Not yet.
No. Yes.
No?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, it's working. Dr. Koval, it's a pleasure to have you here. We listened a lot about your work there in Ukraine. So welcome. And after that, we are going to make you some questions. Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for your invitation to participate in this forum. Sorry for this problem with my computer, and it's really my pleasure to participate in this conference and presentate our data and data about epidemic and about situation in Ukraine. Really now it's a very difficult time for all of us, for physician, and now I'm a consultant in the regional COVID hospital, and every day I work with patients with COVID, especially I consult the patient in the intensive care department, and I'm fully aware of how it's difficult for our country, for politicians, for our medical system, like all the world. And this epidemic, it's really for all countries very difficult, but especially are affected. They're USA, India, Brazil, France, and Russia. And what we can see in Ukraine. Really, situation in Ukraine also it's not easy. You can see here that our population is 45 million of people, and we had near 700,000 confirmed cases of COVID-19, and near 12,000 of patients have died. We don't have a second wave of COVID-19 because every day the amount of people, the quality of the cases of people are increases, and last day this we can see the 16,000 of new cases in Ukraine, and every day this amount of people is increased, and we understand that maybe last week or maybe after New Year we will have the full lockdown in our country. What about the data according to the CDC and significantly increased risk of mortality we can see among older patients, men, and those with chronic comorbidities, and especially comorbidities such as asthma, hypertension, obesity, diabetes, chronic kidney disease, and especially severe obesity. And in our clinic, we can see all of these problems such in all of the countries in the world. What about data of hospitalization rate? When we use the rate of hospitalization stratified by age, and you can see in this chart, the main affected group is the older people. Older than 65 years. And now we can see also that a very low level of hospitalized patients we can see among children and among adolescents. And what about the main route of transmission? I understand that all of us know this information, but I want to say that only direct contact, 1 meter distance, and especially contact without the mask is very dangerous for infection, for infected people, and also that people can infect it through aerosol from infected host. And now also we know that this virus is very stable in the environment. For example, virus can survive in aerosols near 3 hours, on cardboard near 20 to 40 hours, for stainless steel near 40 or 60 hours, and other. For plastic also you can see 60 hours, but yes, it's the evidence of stable this virus in the environment on the surface. What about the main route of transmission, this infection? Also, I can say that person-to-person contact is the main route of transmission, likely via respiratory droplets from coughing, sneezing, or talking. And airborne transmission, suggested by multiple studies, but frequency and clear in absence of aerosol-generated procedures in healthcare settings. Also very important for epidemic of this infection is data about rarely cultured virus in respiratory samples more than 9 days after symptom onset. And now these data are in all WHO recommendation about the period of isolation of patients with mild disease, and we understand how long the person is infection, and we understand the rules for isolation of our patient. Here you can see very interesting study, in my opinion, because here is shown the SARS-CoV transmission in indoor settings. Here is data from China, and study about outbreak investigation of COVID-19 among lay Buddhists worshipping at the temple, and you can see how how infected the patients in their has the journey in the bus, and travel was duration 50 minutes each way, and the worship event near 150 minutes, but mostly outdoors. And you can see that after this journey, here was index case. And after this journey in this bus, 27 persons were infected of COVID-19, and we understand that all of these people were without masks, and this not long travel in the closest settings in with a limited air circulation was very important for infection 23 people. And also we need to know that in many studies, in many investigations, we can see that people can start infected before or within 5 days of symptom onset versus later. And also very important is the pre-symptomatic patients and asymptomatic patients. Pre-symptomatic infections, for example, modeling study of transmission in China estimated that 44% of transmission may have occurred just before symptoms appeared. And recent systematic review and meta-analysis estimated that the proportion of total infections that are truly asymptomatic range from 6 to 41%. And also, we need to understand how important, vitally important is the crowded enclosed space for transmission SARS-CoV-2. And it's also evidence-based. Longer duration, it's can due to greater risk of transmission, and we understand that closest distance less than 1 meter are more dangerous for infection people. And here also you can see the systematic review and meta-analysis of data from 172 studies, where you can see the investigation of closest contact, and it shows that distance less than 2 meters between people are more safe for each other. And also some words about the face mask, and you can see the data from systematic review and meta-analysis of data from 172 studies investigating the spread of SARS-CoV-2. And here we have the data about the face mask, especially surgical mask and cotton mask, that they resulted in large reduction in infection, and the association was stronger for surgical mask and respirators versus disposable or 12 16-layer cotton mask. And also next study about masks, and you can see that virus detected in respiratory droplets in 3 of 10 samples collected without face masks versus 0 of 11 samples with a mask. Also here you can see the evidence based for using of mask, how important it is for prevention of disinfection. And here recommended prevention strategies for CDC. And also we can see the identified quickly test suspect cases for especially for infected people after this subsequent isolation and quarantine close contacts of infected individuals. And also wash hands often with soap and water, maintain social distance, and wear closed face cover in public, and practice respiratory etiquette. And also avoid crowds, close contact settings, and poorly ventilated spaces. What about personal protection? Here you can see physical distancing, more than 1 meter, and hand washing and personal protective equipment for health workers. What about herd immunity career holds? It's very interesting topic, and now we can see the data that various epidemiological models of the herd immunity periods hold. For SARS-CoV-2 currently range from 50 to 75% of the population. It's a huge population of people all over the world, and we understand that we don't have time to wait when all of these people will be ill, and we would hope to wait the new kind of cheap vaccines for SARS-CoV-2 in their closest time, and we will solve this problem with new vaccine. And also about screening of healthcare workers, because it's a very affected population, and we understand that during lockdowns, healthcare workers still commute to work, potentially contributing to viral spread, and have really a very high risk of infection. And also here there's some study from UK and USA about the risk for healthcare workers, and in this study participated near 99,000 of frontline healthcare workers and 2 million of community individuals. And you can see here that after this study, healthcare workers had more than 3 times more likely to report a positive SARS-CoV-2 test versus the general population. They have increased risk of infected COVID-19. And also when we can say about hospitalization of health care workers, also we understand that more affected are nurses, and the main role is the direct patient contact with infected people. And what about the situation and new challenges for treatment? Unfortunately, for this time, we don't have the effective specific treatment of these infections. And you can see here the data of Solidarity Trial of WHO. And here was 4 sleeves of this treatment in different approach, different drugs such as remdesivir and hydrochloroquine, lopinavir, ritonavir, interferon, and standard of care. And in this study was primary endpoint 28-day hospital mortality, and secondary endpoints ventilation and duration of hospitalization. And fortunately, these trials show that given the increases similar across all 3 study drugs administered past day 7, remdesivir, hydrochloroquine, and lopinavir, ritonavir, and investigators concluded that none of the 3 drugs accelerated recovery. Also, I can say a lot about this problem, but I understand that my time is out. And thank you very much for the time, and maybe we will continue our discussion. Thank you for organizers for this possibility.
Thank you, Dr. Koval, for your amazing presentation. And now I'd like to invite Dr. Marconi, Dr. Cuellar, and Dr. Koval to start our discussion table, please.
Dr. Koval, could you stop sharing your screen?
Yes.
Just to... Now, we received a lot of questions, but we don't have enough time to discuss all of them. So me and Angie, we had to select some of the questions. I can start with Dr. Cuellar. Question for him is, how the biggest challenge of your career as an infectologist?
It's a very good and the answer is not clear for me, but I will try to talk about that. I think about this answer. If not infection disease in the world, not infectologist is the question, no? Infectologist is the internal medicine specialist who study infection disease, and we have we can work in epidemiology, preventions, research, clinical, and it's I think the changes is big. I invite the young people who study medicine select this specialty.
It's very challenging.
Yeah.
Even in times with pandemic as we have right now, it's it's not easy. Thank you, Dr. Koval. A question for you: do you think that 2021 will be the end of pandemic? Finally, will be free of this COVID-19? What do you think about it?
Thank you very much. I think it not will be the end of the pandemic, but maybe we can see the light maybe in the end, because we will start the vaccination of people, and I think it will be the good possibility to solution that problem, but not the end, because we understand how short is the immunity after this infection. And we need to continue this vaccination, maybe not one time in their life, maybe we need to repeat this vaccination, such as for flu, for example. And I think it not will be the end. But it's like big challenge for us, especially for infectious diseases doctor, because it's the new infection, and really I agree with my colleague, with Luis, because for us it's an unbelievable challenge, and every day we can see how dead our patients, and really it's very hard challenge.
And we discover every day something new about COVID-19. It's very challenging for us, and I believe that it will continue to be a challenge, as Dr. Koval said. But Angie, could you do the two more questions that we selected?
Yes, Dr. Marconi. The next question is for Dr. Cuellar. What South America countries can do together to control epidemic diseases?
This is a challenge question.
And the problem is the humans, people, the politics.
Yes.
No, the problem.
Maybe
health workers are alone. The government is not interested to the problem. They sell products, pharmaceutical products, another people. The problem is not only South America, the whole world, Europe, Asia, Africa. Well, Africa has less problem, but because the poverty is always, but permanent, and but the problem is the people. The main, people.
It's a very big challenge. Do you agree, Dr. Koval, that we are living in a era that there is no international cooperation? Do you think international cooperation is the answer to the pandemic? What do you think about it?
In my opinion, yes, it may be the way to the solution of this problem, but really the situation in every country it's very different. and maybe we understand the economical differences all of the countries. And now in USA, in very rich countries, we can see also the very strong epidemic, and a lot of people died. But every countries and politician in every countries also need to think about situation and need to have a very good politics, a very good strategy to fight this epidemic, because we understand how situation in Ukraine is different with Poland, for example, so UK and other countries. And also we need to have strategy, national strategy, and it's the main strategy. And after that, we need to cooperate. For example, for us, it's more important for cooperation with European countries for fight with pandemic. But I think it's a very good idea, and we have WHO, but also we need to use this strategy in our work, in everyday work.
It's like we discussed it before. Medicine, politics, and law and economics, they walk. So the solution for this big, huge problem is not simple. We have to discuss with the other fields, and it's not simple. It's a challenge, but we have to face it. That's the we can learn about this challenge that we are living right now. I would like to thank Dr. Koval and Dr. Cuellar for being here with us. We are very happy to learn from you. You are references for us, and it was so good this time that we spent together, and hope to do another editions of this Congress, and it will be a pleasure to invite you again to be with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you.
Gracias, muchas gracias. Obrigado.
Obrigado.
Goodbye.
The next session in Portuguese. Or in Spanish, we translate.
And Ukrainian also for Dr. Koval.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time, for being here with us. We are very happy. Thank you.
Have a good Sunday.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Goodbye.
And now it's the end of our first edition. I would like to thank the organizers. Luisa, could you open your camera? Luisa is the head of the Congress. She's a student of the last year of medical course here at Centro Universitário Belo Horizonte, a brilliant student. I'm very proud about her. And I'm very proud about Angie, my cousin, my discovery. It's so good to work with you. I hope that we can do other congresses together. I'm sure that this is the first of many, and we are here to discuss, to learn, and I'm very happy to be part of this project. And to finish, I would like to say about my favorite writer, Brazilian writer, and my favorite book, Guimarães Rosa. And the book is O Grande Sertão Veredas. In the first page, he starts the book with the expression no nada. It means nothing. It means the beginning. And in the last page, the symbol of infinite. So between until the infinite, the end, we have a pathway. And this Congress, to do this Congress, to make it true, it was because we had to work very hard, but the pathway was amazing. So I'm proud of the result that we reached. So thank you so much. Thank you, Luisa. Thank you, Angie, my cousin, and to work together again soon. Muchas gracias, muito obrigado a todos.
Thank you so much. Muchas gracias. Muito obrigado.
Now it's time to go and finish our first edition. Thank you all.